I wonder if the newer versions of the Stream Deck don't have as much of a heating problem as the old ones do. It's probably true.
Probably. Typically what happens.
Something to look into buying later, I guess. And I can just relegate the old one to just being a soundboard. Because this one, if it gets warm enough, the device itself, suddenly most of the buttons become unreadable. So...
Okay.
Welcome everybody to session 37 of Forgotten Genesis Season 2. The session working title is A Late Recovery, which frankly is topical less for the game itself and more so just for the, well, for the game master. I had a couple of health issues this week that had me cancel the normal stream time for this session yesterday and, well, nearly cancel it today. That may also still be kind of up in the air a little bit. Recovering from a grand mal seizure, which for those long-time followers of the channel, whether you're in chat or not, or will be later, I am prone to having those on a semi-regular basis. They're non-epileptic and a whole lot of fun to try and deal with because of that. But either way, we're here, we're in D&D. And I'm going to try to run some D&D for this delightful gathering of people that have been more patient with me for this game than I frankly deserve.
Don't say that.
Okay.
We care about you and we enjoy the game. So for all those who have left, they had
had
their own lives and issues that needed to do it.
For anybody who's left this game, you've all had your own reasons, and in that way, they've been, various ranges of justified for their own personal reasons. I'm happy for the laughter that was granted from many of these people over the years, and for the people that are still here and still continue to laugh and grant laughs. I'm happy that you guys are still here. So, let's get down to business.
All right.
Begin to defeat the Huns.
You guys are in the right landscape for that, technically. Frozen region, but not quite the strict objective of this campaign. I may do something inspired by that at some point. Maybe not for this campaign specifically, but it's a thought. Okay.
There is a meme I find now to show you my idea of a really cool.
That's an interesting starting question for the session, at least for those that are here. So, because it's topical given what happened specifically last session, we'll actually start with Angel.
Okay.
What is your character's favorite spell? If they don't use spells, their favorite weapon or combat maneuver, but in your case, since you're a spellcaster, we'll specifically say spell.
Bolt and Dragon Breath. Chaos Bolt and Dragon Breath.
Chaos Bolt and Dragon Breath.
Dragon Heart.
Okay.
Dragon Heart. Who's our favorite? Please.
Same question over to Violet. Since Violet is more strictly a combatant, I would say favorite weapon or combat maneuver.
Radiant Dragon's Breath, and if we're gonna go combat maneuver, I think it'd be something she calls Divide and Conquer, which is more or less the two of them making it look like they're going to be of a united front, jumping off, and then coming back together at the end of that combat maneuver.
Gotcha. All right. Amber's muted for the moment, so we'll get to her in just a minute.
Muting whenever I'm not talking.
Ah, okay. Well, Amber, what would Piper's favorite spell be?
Conjure animals.
Conjure animals. Totally fair. Totally fair. And finally, same question down to Xanon. Favorite spell or combat maneuver? Your class is a partial caster, so you could answer with either, frankly.
I like. Well, he likes his lightning breath.
Totally fair.
And combat maneuver, I would say me and or Xanon and Ravik. So it's corner. When we both use our breath weapons,
Ooh.
like at the same time.
Apparently breath weapons are a big thing here, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
We like easy tactics.
I would like to say it's by complete accident that so many characters in this particular party of adventurers have been dragon focused. And it is by complete accident, so I'm just rolling with that punch.
Well, but you gave us the option, so it's kind of
Oh, yeah.
only find a place.
I'm not going to restrict that character option. Honestly, it creates an opportunity for, if nothing else on a racial basis, an opportunity for synergy among a lot of the characters. Or, as per the new release of the 2024 standard rulebook, a special synergy, I guess. I don't know. I'm very used to fantasy games referring to the different species of characters you can play as race, and that also just kind of falls in line with a lot of fantasy novels and sort of fantasy-based fiction, so I'm very used to it. It may be what I end up sticking with, not on purpose. It's just, force of habit at this point. But either way. So, everybody gets an inspiration die for your character question, of course. And then, finally, session recap from the events of last week, is especially in light of the fucking seizure. Everything's a little bit jumbled up in the old skull attic. So, yeah. And as noted as well with Venestra, even though Venestra will be a non-participant of this session, she did mention in announcements that she would like a summary of the events of this session, if possible, just so she's not completely uninformed going into next week, which totally
Can
fair.
we also say that Angel and Nicodemus exited the demi-plane that she has?
Well, yeah. Angel and Nick were, I believe, as per the events of last session, requested by Venestra to go into her demi-plane for recovery from the rather arduous birthing event they dealt with.
Total of 5 hours.
Yeah.
What did I miss last week? Because I did leave early.
Okay, so I will let you know, Angel decided to die to help Brick's character bring back part of his female counterpart. That's like the last thing. And because she died and Nicodemus died, it was the first time that she had a birth in this season.
Nice.
And because it's on the eve of an upcoming both Aurora and three-way partial eclipse, that did have the results of it being her first, I believe, naturally occurring and not mutation-induced late-born. By mutation-induced, I mean, a changeling goes to Mercast and then becomes a late-born. No, this one came out as a late-born.
They were
It's
born
usually
with it. Maybe it was
extreme
Maybelline.
circumstances like this that will often result in them, but it is still somewhat random.
Um. Yeah. We met a skag witch named Brunhilde. I think that was the name.
Not Brunhilde, but
Grimhilda.
no. Grim.
Somewhere.
Grimhild specifically, not there was no E at the end, just Grimhild.
Grimheld.
Grimhild. Grimhild. Grimhild.
I'm gonna have my camera on because until Dusty's done with the girl, I can't do what I was gonna do.
Okay. She answered some questions. Gave us a thing to contact her again. I forgot what it was. Angel started preparing for the delegates.
What
No,
she
Angel,
handed over
Violet's grandmother.
specifically was a partially broken, or partially chipped, I should say, riverstone with some rust-color bits along some of its surface, particularly around the break area, which itself had, based on Angel's passive vibe skill, sort of a radiant feeling of a moment of death, a last breath, that kind of thing. I don't mean radiant in terms of like the magic, I mean radiant as in radiating that feeling. Piecing bits of it together.
Okay, late.
I get to put my hair down now. I haven't had to put it down all day. Oh, the tangled mess right now. No judgment from anybody. And that's pretty much everything. I think that Zen and Ravik, we tried to get them to go with Angel to go to the Dragon World, and they said that they would wait until they were ready.
Yeah. That's a bit of a large step, which involves itself
A whole lot of
plot
decision.
movement as well. Because each character has something attached to them that will move some part of the plot, some gear in the larger watch of things.
Oh yeah. We also talked to Telvas about his dragon hunting days.
That was really interesting.
He gave me a sword, or a scimitar.
Yes.
Pretty much it. I don't think there was very much else. I think Piper kind of like moved into the ether because she was focused on trying to get something done, prepared for the dragon.
I was sick, but also I took the drug, the special herbalist reject projects of plants.
Yeah, some plants, some fungus. You guys encountered a creek gnome herbalist.
Yeah, first time. That was the first time that Angel had met any type of gnomes other than herself. Like, other than like they'd come to the bar and they were like, "What's up?"
You guys have met other kinds of gnomes, and other gnomes at other shops. But yeah, creek gnomes are a very specific subtype that, you know, they don't commonly get out and about, so this is a very remote location to find one.
Like Joe, like Angel hasn't very like actually talked to them, like kind of. So it's more like, so there's like a rock gnome, but like she hasn't met those, and she hasn't met a hill gnome yet. So she's pretty excited.
She's on a quest to meet every kind of gnome.
It's also
Yeah, but she's technically not
an
gnome. She's
example of
technically a
someone
kinder.
with gnomish proportions that are unlike her own, as it's more typical of their race.
Her mother's used to be.
But bit of a larger head than he was used to seeing on people of her height.
Yep. So are we ready to get into it?
I believe so. Everybody here does get, of course, an inspiration die for their session recap. If I believe, or if I recall correctly, everybody was settling in and getting ready for a long rest after those rather intense events.
I know at least Angel and Nicodemus went to sleep.
I gave Vanestra another training session.
Right. So now, as morning begins to sort of eke its way in through the windows,
To the
being
walls.
up here this far north, morning time isn't necessarily very bright like it is expected to be in other parts of the world. It does stay rather dim for a good chunk of the morning, and especially with the notion that today was going to be coming up on, well, that today was going to be the start of an aurora. Even just looking through what windows many of you have access to, and the sort of almost dark blue indigo of the oncoming morning, you can see the much, much brighter and more apparent example of the aurora piercing through the last vestiges of the night as they curl into this new moment of day.
Can we start with Violet? I'm just asking for my character's sake.
Sure.
For Angel and Nicodemus, we're just gonna pretend they get more sleep. More sleep.
Yeah. Violet, I would
Remember,
say...
you're muted.
Well, I think she's talking to Dusty, so there's a reason.
Okay.
You wake up alongside Halcyon, whom, given the recent confrontation with his parents, you've notably, he didn't strip all the way down out of his armor when he went to sleep. He did, at the very least, keep his gambeson on, a bit of fabric armor covering.
What in the Outlander?
Halcyon, it's just, how about you know, Violet has a copy of Lord of the Rings sitting on her lap at this point that is written in Sylvan, and it's just sitting as like, are you gonna take off your mithril armor or something? Considering it doesn't look great when you're so stressed out.
Take it off
By the way,
when I
Megan.
go to bathe myself.
Go ahead.
Your hair looks great. Anyway,
Oh, thanks. I'm pretty excited about it.
very curly today. Anyway.
Yay.
I'll take it off when I go to bathe myself this morning. If
You
you'd
really
like to
did.
join me, that'd be appreciated.
I don't think I'm gonna get a choice considering my gran wants to either my gran or my aunt is wanting me to talk about what I'm supposed to wear. Because I don't know anything about parties and
Of the
high
members of your
elves.
family that I've encountered, your grandmother seems the least pushy.
Yeah. But my aunt is thinking that she's gonna be my mom. Or at least substitute for her. That's what she said, so she hasn't gotten a chance to yet because Aunt Grant's kind of pushed her out of the way. I don't think she's going to let that happen very much
Aunt and
longer.
uncle don't shack up together for good because they're siblings and that's gross.
I know, but they think they're going to be my parents.
I'm not here. That was player.
So... Oh no. Just... Yeah, character technically making FYI for other players. So, I'm not quite sure what we have planned, but it would be good to figure it out.
Best not to wake up and immediately start trying to overthink things. Let's clean up. Let's eat. Let's get something in our bodies and something off of our bodies, not in that order. And approach this fresh. Fair?
Perfectly fine with me. I really don't have very many problems with it, to be honest.
Right. Well, you look like some scales need peeling off anyway. So,
Sounds grody when you see it like that.
Oh my.
not meant that way. I mean, I am seeing some loose patches, and it will be more comfortable to take them off in hot water.
Well, that might be true. Alright, she goes off to bathe with him. I do want to know if her aunt is going to either stop them halfway, or considering aunt and the uncle haven't actually gotten a chance to discuss anything with her yet.
High or
There-
low?
It's a higher. Let's go with high.
Okay. Your bath
They're
time
open
and
baths.
the performance check therein goes uninterrupted.
Oh, good. That's great. You want me to make my performance check?
Yep.
Okay. With an 18, that's great. But do I need to worry about Angel's approximation with killing all of the anti-pregnancy items?
Given that she's currently in a demiplane, not really an
No.
issue.
Good. Awesome.
Also, given that this is not an environment where she holds the strictest sway, also not an issue.
Thank you. Someone is being merciful in the tiny gnome. I am missing the most dangerous of dice right now.
Yeah.
D4.
The only thing worse than stepping on a Lego.
I do not need another one of these bumps on my skin because that D4 got lost.
I mean, it's certainly a way of finding it, so
No,
call that his silver lining.
no, that's not a good thing. Alright. That's all Violet's gonna do.
Okay. You both finish freshening up and easily enough make your way out to the dining hall to go ahead and start feeding yourselves. Now, as Ember has briefly gone MIA, how does Zen treat his morning as he wakes up in that dim crack of dawn, seeing the intensity of that aurora moving above?
I will watch it for a little bit and do some light exercise and go get some food.
Little light exercise, a bit of a morning workout, totally understandable. You know what, shits and giggles. Give me an athletics check.
He breaks his back in the process.
Nah, this is more a question of, morning cramps can happen. That kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, DM. You go to do a stretch and you're like, oh, the back.
Yeah,
oh,
he's not
my
going to
leg.
bane himself, I will say that.
Oh, my leg. Probably horse.
1 moment. It is loading.
Is that popcorn on a plate?
Yes, leave me alone.
Not giving you shit, I'm just realizing it because it's an unusual vessel for that kind of snack.
Ooh, that's a 9.
9. You know, there's waking up in the morning, and then there's waking up in the morning after spending a day in a very cold environment and trying to work out. Your body isn't the most used to doing that, at least not on such short notice. You figured maybe working out would help you adapt, help you wake up a little bit, but then there's just that sharp bit of overextension that wrecks you for a moment, and you do have to take a few minutes to recover, but in that sharp bit of morning pain, it does help you wake up nonetheless. And I believe your character is not also explicitly in his 30s, where for some reason things that don't need to pop anyway.
Not for his race, no.
Yeah. All the same, you finish your morning stretches, morning workout. Subpar, though, it may be. And make your way down to the dining hall as well, just to go ahead and take care of morning sustenance. And we move over to Piper,
Yo.
with Piccolo in tow. How do you start your morning?
What we got? Are the kids with us?
Not with you. They're with Angel and the demiplane.
Yep.
Okay. We'll probably try to figure out how I'm gonna get the nice, cool plant rejects to my
Tree
court.
up front. Tree up front. Tree up front.
To which I actually will ask to clarify, did you decide to transfer the night and therefore buy yourself 4 extra hours of morning, or did you decide to go for just a full and normal round of sleep?
And probably trance.
Okay.
Because I wanted to do that before, everybody else gets up.
Yeah. To which, as well, with you then waking up in a much darker part of the morning, you do see, more so than the others, just how vivid that aurora is up in the sky out through the windows. It radiates sort of a shakiness in terms of stability with magic. You can feel sort of the wild essence a lot more readily now than you're used to. It feels in its own way, at least in regards to how wild the magic is, not unfamiliar with some parts of the Feywild, but with how dependent this is on, it seems, the sun. There's a divine aspect to it that is unmistakable. Another thing that you notice, even looking up at the sky, and this is me just pulling on your observant feet and not having you roll a perception for it because your passive perception is insane. A couple of things of really interesting, if somewhat fun note, looking up into the sky here. With the way the aurora seems to warp around the world, with the world being a ring, there's some very tight curves where it seems to almost fall off the edge of the sky and cascade down like multicolored solar waterfalls. Imagine possibly at the right edges of the Underdark, they may be able to see this too.
Well, we have a skylight in our Underdark, so I don't know what you're talking about, DM.
Given the way that cascades down, you can even gather that probably around those locations, the aurora may look a little different than it would up here. But just as well, another thing of note, especially with the approaching eclipse, which is set to happen tomorrow, you can even see in this early point of the night where the moons are themselves getting close to each other, getting close to that point that will be expected in 2 days. And even around that, some of the stars themselves have become discolored and flashy and in motion with the aurora. Some of the stars looking like they're practically on fire.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful mental image.
Taking that time to address, research, and look at some of these herbal rejects. I would say, what kind specifically are you going to focus on for now? And I'll have you roll appropriately.
It just depends on what I would have time for, because I'm going to Capulus Medicus to just like plant them and see what happens.
Right. Now, again, the herbalist did specifically mention that most of these, while strange and odd sort of transplants and grafts and everything, they're not specifically magical in their nature. It's just sort of meant to be specialized, holistic remedies. With that in mind, would you be looking for more along the things of like the grafts for like tea leaves, coffee, that kind of thing?
Anything really, I guess?
Anything really? Okay. For, I guess, a broad look at the collection, I suppose. Go ahead and give me a general nature check.
You know, I get my dice to work. Okay, 19 plus 11.
19 plus 11, 30, overlooking the collection. Yeah. So, this, at least insofar as what the 30 grants you, it allows you to really note the catalog of these various experiments and what each of them are kind of combined with, what their general purposes are intended to be. You're able to basically very quickly decipher the, I'd say, Dr. Scratch on steroids that are the notes about most of these, and at least what their intended purposes are, as well as notes about at least what that gnome assumed were the failures in some of these things failing to bind, some of these things failing to, do a number of things, or even failing to seed and what have you. So you get a decent and solid understanding of kind of what these are meant to be and what went wrong, which is to say, in terms of trying to correct some of these creations or even plant them or augment them to your own purposes. With that 30, that first check where you do try to modify these will be with advantage. So that will be something worth writing down. God knows in my state I'm probably not going to remember it.
Hold on. Let me just do. My mouse is not working on my computer, so I have to use mostly keyboard. Anyway, it's probably just take them over there and then plant them later.
Yeah. Which, I mean, again, with some of the sorry states that some of these are in, planting them may just end up resulting in, Capulus medicized versions of the two individual plants that some of these were meant to conjoin into a unique thing as they are as separate entities. Some of them, however, may actually manage successful hybridizations. And with that 30 as well, you, I'd say, would be able to pick up on a particular one of note. Noted as a very close to complete success, but still counted as a failure and a frustrated rejection. Meaning she's the herbalist really did not want to throw this away, but had to, because it became that much of a time sink. You catch an attempted hybridization plant, which she has simply referred to as spider mint.
It's one way to get rid of bugs.
It's not meant as an insect deterrent. It's meant as an insect pacifier. Some of the notes saying that this would be useful for any number of things: beekeeping, silk extraction, anything meant for harvesting insects for another purpose. And given that that it's supposed to have a somewhat sedative nature, she does note that it would be probably fairly good as sort of a very directly calming mint tea, a sleep aid, and a number of things in regards to that as functionally a depressant. Again, noting that it got very, very close, but noted as well, especially with giving it the moniker of spider mint, it didn't really seem to grow anywhere very well except for darkened environments, in contrast to which plants actually originally made it up. Saying that it seemed to flourish when retreating into dark corners, much like a spider would.
So plant them under trees. Got it.
Yeah.
Also, give a few, once they propagate really well, give a few to Angel.
Yeah. Also noted for, in particular, the qualities along its sort of stalks under the leaves being hair-like, kind of like a tarantula, and rough to the touch.
Okay.
The aroma, however, being kind of the aroma and even the taste, as I'm sure, given that 30, you probably would have taken the time to at least sample it or look at the notes for sampling. The flavor of
No, for
this spider...
sampling, we don't try things firsthand.
Fair enough. The flavoring, at least noted for the spider mint there, is sort of a spearmint with a hint of like a ginger-like quality.
That'd make a nice bath. My brain. That'd make a nice bath. Good God, I want a bath.
Take a nice soak.
Nice.
It'll be great.
I think if I plant any of them, I might start with that.
Which in particular for the grafting notes, you would note, of course, spearmint is in there, ginger is in there, and just as well, various different attempts at grafting something specifically referred to as blue lavender.
Nice.
Which, give me a nature check.
Ooh. 18 plus 11?
Yeah. Blue lavender does not grow in the Feywild. It is strictly a material plane plant, but it is a type of flora that's specifically noted to grow not only in cold environments, but cavernous ones, and specifically kind of really flourishes in regions that get very close to the Underdark, kind of like in that sort of atmospheric midpoint in those kind of cavernous areas, though they do still require some light exposure.
So if there's a cave in Capulus Medicus, use that.
Yeah, which, given the notes, it may also explain why this thing kind of depends on less light to be able to actually grow.
Yeah. I'll be the first one, and when it propagates enough, I'll give a few to Angel. It pacifies bugs, so it's good for using for beekeeping and all that. Also makes a good tea and sedative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, that in its own way may beg the question of what would honey made from this taste like, but...
What would honey from that do? Oh, I have ideas. Anyway.
Not to mention nectar extracts, but that, especially poring over those notes and taking particular interest in that plant, not to mention, still a number of other interesting attempts and projects. It does take you most of the duration of the 4 hours just poring over ideas and thoughts and information about that one, just because that one seemed to have the most frustrated notes around it for it having become a failure.
And I'm guessing Piccolo's doing his, I'm just gonna transport these home for you. They'll stay in their pots in the house.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this one's precious. The spider mint is Piper's favorite, apparently. Spider, she's a huge arachnophobe, worse than me.
Yeah. Of which also actually some of the other crossbreeds here that you do note are, I Actually, some of the plants that, at least per some of the stories that Angel told you, some of the plants that were used when she had her chest cut open by Nick to get the demon spit out, some of these are attempts at grafting and crossbreeding that particular herb. So some of these may have surgical uses if they get produced properly. But all the same, morning and daylight does begin to leak in as you're just poring over these pages and getting a little bit work excited, I suppose would be the best way that my brain can put it right now. And the smells of breakfast and the sounds of movement begin to make themselves known.
Piper would probably grab the notes on the spider mint at least to go show Angel. Go like, looky, looky, looky. We're gonna cover your entire Underdark with these. Not really.
Piper addressing Angel specifically, but
No, that's what Piper's gonna go do.
oh. Alright. Piper briefly dips into Venestra's demiplane while they're completely fucked up.
Nope.
No,
They're not
I'm only
anymore. It only
going.
takes 5 hours.
Going to,
Excuse me, I'm only going. I'm waiting till they're at the breakfast table. I'm just taking the note with me.
Everybody is collected and is there. Forgot about the 5-hour thing with Danny.
Piper has developed some sense of decorum. Come on. She'll knock
That's right.
first.
Right,
What?
stomach's messing up. I ate food and then like everything moved and
Ah. Piccolo probably had to do several hundred promises to keep the spider mint safe before Piper's like, fine, take it home.
Yeah.
You good?
hold my turn for a minute. I'll be right back.
Stomach's curling up. Okay.
Take a break for a little bit. I'm waiting for Dusty to get back from my mom and dad's house. He left his lunch there.
In game, we can chalk that up to Angel, Nick, Violet, and Alcina are taking a bit of extra time just to go ahead and get ready.
Get ready.
Yeah.
We all know what they're doing. Piper, meanwhile, I'm too work excited. We'll do it later.
Which even now at the breakfast table, you can catch through the windows and through the chandelier works, and just again the structure of this house, similar to the last night, the aurora kind of reaching through and reflecting like a disco ball throughout the room. Though given that it's daylight and the aurora now is obscured, the fact that it's doing that is, even still now doing that is interesting.
Piper's eye does the cat thing. Whoa. Pretty.
Yeah, which at least as far as celestial events like this, as well, brain just turned off Xanon, you would not be horribly unfamiliar with these, as the three moons do similar things to this on occasion near your home. Auroras, you haven't had much opportunity to see too many of those, but even still, it's a fun thing, and the fact that those colors are still making themselves very plainly known even in daylight when the aurora is otherwise obscured is a bit of a fascinating oddity.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, for the most part, as much as I don't like to necessarily describe it like this, a very Californian breakfast spread is laid out before you on the table. A lot of bagel and lox, that kind of thing, very simple cured breads, and a lot of fish are kind of laid out. It's meant to be a sort of a simple, light, clean meal, as well as relatively quick to put together. As Angel's grandmother is cooking up a storm, trying to put all this together, and just as well, slowly coming into view and collecting themselves are, of course, an ever so familiar ghost of a Goliath, and slowly but surely as well, Violet's aunt and uncle making themselves comfortable at the breakfast table. Bless you.
Why would you do such a thing? You kill my sneeze every time. Spit!
I don't get the opportunity to do that to someone very often, okay? I have to take the advantage of it.
Jerk. Joe's being mean.
Wait, what did he say?
I killed Amber's sneeze.
Said bless you before I could sneeze.
Let's just remember that for next Friday.
There's a reason why I don't mess with Megan, because that's what she does. She says bless you before I sneeze, and then I'm extremely frustrated.
Yeah, because it itches on the inside, which is real fun. Okay. I'll assume everybody has collected themselves at the breakfast table, and you can see your aunt and uncle slowly making their way down, bringing themselves into view, and getting at least a more awake view of the hall as well. You can tell they're coming in from separate rooms, but they are next to each other.
There is also, Angel's parents, adopted parents, are at the table.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, because we brought them here.
And Angel's like, I'm gonna let Angel approach them first. Angel approaches them first. So, I'm gonna need you to transfer all of the elven delegates that are gonna show up in Sharni this morning to this
Here.
location. Like all of them.
Are you just addressing the pair?
Yeah, just the pair.
Zeus and
Farah.
Farah. I forgot her name for a second there. I kept going Freya for
We
some reason.
didn't want them to be Hera, so we named her Farah instead. Because she was the fairest in the land.
Well, my brain went Freya.
I think that was where the
Norse
name started
god?
from. No, it's Farah.
Yeah.
So it's like a
I was
cross between
no.
Freya and Farah and Hera. So that's what we did. So I really need you to do that for me if you can today. And she looks over at Griffin.
Certainly, I can get to work on a redirect.
Okay. Be careful, there's that dragon turtle thing. I know that you probably could handle it by yourselves with your hands behind your back, considering what you do every day. But probably not.
We will just teach them to take a wide berth. As far as whether or not we can handle this thing, it is, at least from what we've learned, mutated. So, whether or not we can handle it is more a question now.
Looking at Farah.
I know you like to see us on a pedestal, darling, but at this point, you and your friends do sit higher than us in some regard.
Okay, I'm also going to put it to you this way. You've had far more adventures than all three of us combined. I've been alive for a lot longer than all three of us combined.
Quantity does not always match quality.
I understand my dad led you through some dark paths, as so did my grandfather, but we're not going to talk about them right now.
Not talking about them, more just pointing at the scale of power that you and your friends have achieved in comparison to us. We reached a point where we decided it was a good time to hang up the boots.
You're not hanging up your boots. I remembered what you told me you wanted to travel the stars in the next couple of years if you could manage to get a
Yes.
ship.
I'm saying in terms of our previous adventuring era, so to speak.
Says the woman who continues to make pieces of armor that attack things. And she's just like, an Angel at that point leaves the conversation.
I can have a hobby.
Oh, sure. A much more pointy, slicey, dicey hobby. And she just walks away.
And then Piper kind of just goes like this to Angel, like, come here, come here, come here.
Okay. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Poof, what do you need? Like literally, and literally teleports across the room. Poof, what do you need?
Excuse me while I die. She's gonna
I'm
show
just
her the
imagining that
note for the
Piper is
Spider-Man.
choking on the puff of smoke that came from Angel teleporting.
Piper's gonna show Angel the notes for the Spider-Man. So I was thinking, we see if we can propagate it somewhere in Capulus Medicus, and then if they do well, bring some to you so you have something to manage the bigger insects.
It might be better if we try to propagate it in Sharni first. Because if we take it to the Feywild, then it becomes a Feywild thing. Because Feywild literally, remember Feywild magic infects everything.
I wanted to see if the Feywild magic would do something to it.
I'm okay with that, but the problem is that if we bring it over here, it would also sometimes bring the Feywild with it.
Oh. Start it there, bring it to Feywild, and depending on how it does in the Feywild, maybe give you a sample?
That'd be good.
Okay.
I would give it, you know who I would give it to? She points out the 1,000-year-old child who constantly now grows mushrooms and talks to animals in her room.
Heckala!
Also, hey, Shadow of Chaos, and thank you, Benda, for the lurk.
Piccolo! Just kind of yells for Piccolo.
Yeah, what's up?
Take the Spider-Man to this child, points at the 1,000-year-old child. Yes, I know you put it at home, I'm sorry. Angel has a better idea for it.
Gotcha. Whatever works.
If somebody can't get it to grow, she can. It's her weird thing now. Considering she's spending an entire day with a vampire, I just think she should have fun by herself, considering they both have lived that long.
Piper kind of teach her some of that stuff, like, here's how you druid craft, too.
Yeah, considering. But she already had, like, the starts of magic like
Here's
that.
how you druid craft poo.
Pew! Pew, pew.
Like,
You're not helping.
Poof, what do you need? So, at this point, Andrew looks over at Piper. I am excited about the Spider-Man, but we have delegates to face today, and I need you to create a doorway because of your archfey abilities. I need you to hold the door open.
what kind of door?
That tree. I need you to hold it open so that people can walk through. I need you to help Farah and my dad.
Piper's like still very unconfident of her archfey abilities because I can't get my sheep higher than level 20.
I wish I could totally go and get my other parents, but my other parents are currently in a safe space, and because I have made a purple dragon, I am not quite okay with them leaving their protected dragon space.
Hey, it's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
I moved the island on top of that city for a reason.
Yes. Ugh. Can we say that Piper is somehow allergic to something in those herbs? Because she's just kind of, because I'm just like, ugh.
Given
Every
how
time.
many various types of grafts and crossbreeds there are in there, let alone fungal crossbreeds, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Like, see if there's a way we can narratively add my ugh to it.
Yeah.
11 plus 4.
15. Most of this you're fine with, and you know kind of generally what to and what not to touch until further research, or at least poring over this worse than Dr. Scratch notes is done. But there is one particular specifically fungal attempted to crossbreed that is horribly pungent.
It's fucking with my sinuses. Great.
Yeah. It is, in particular, it seems like it's an attempt at doing a fungal grafting of a corpse mushroom with a psychedelic. With, at least as far as the notes that you can tell, it's for the sake of trying to hijack the aroma for psychedelic effects. But, it's rough. It's not a completed graft, and right now all it's causing you is just to get stuffed up from the aroma, let alone any spores that come off when you lightly disturb the pot.
Okay, so that's what happened earlier. Now we have a narrative.
Angel also looks over at Piper. I will need you to give me some more of your kids' clothes so they can change into nicer dresses, considering that I've had to keep them in play clothes for the past 6
Piccolo.
weeks.
She goes, Piccolo, while you're at it, get Spider-Man, grab the kids' formal wear and your formal wear.
Understood. Formal or formal?
Delegates.
Okay, I'll be sure to grab your delicates.
Not delicates.
Delegates. I get it.
No.
Oh, we're meeting people. Okay, yeah.
Considering your wings are now pink again, I think you should watch yourself.
Piper drinking from a random cup with a straw.
It's a little bamboo straw that you picked up during one of the jungle expeditions.
Of course.
Yeah.
Angel at this point looks over at Piper. I need you to wear your most, or come up with something extremely sleek. This high elven bullshit.
Hold on.
This is what she literally says, high elven bullshit.
I think I actually have a picture for that.
You can tell how frustrated Angel looks. It's just like,
Yeah, I know. I don't like seeing delegates either.
I don't mind delegates. I wouldn't mind them if they wouldn't treat Nicodemus like he was a second-class citizen.
Yeah, not that.
That
I know.
exhale was full blast into that microphone.
Sorry.
You're good.
It kind of was pertinent with the character. She looks over at Violet and Halcyon. I think they're gonna have a harder time as she runs off to go get her kids ready.
I downloaded something like forever ago.
Yeah, Nick runs with you in tow. Making sure to back you up. On that collection.
They're gonna have a fight on their hands. I don't want to wear a dress. Why do I have to wear a dress? Because I told you have to wear a dress. Can't I wear my slacks and my play clothes? No. You can't wear your slacks and your play clothes. You don't have school today. We made it a day where you wouldn't have to be at school.
Can I wear jeans, Dad? You're getting slacks. But I like my jeans. You're getting slacks?
Okay, so in session art, or actually I'll just send it to Megan specifically and then I can go find something else if it's not what you think it should be.
Okay.
Because I had something picked out like forever ago.
Kind of wanted to look scary.
Well, she's gonna be in lava form. She knows that's her most intimidating form.
She looks over at Shannon. Shannon, do you need formal clothing? Before I move forward. Oh,
My
I love
clothes are-
that. Your clothes are what?
My clothes are fine.
Are his clothes fine, yeah? Considering
That I get.
these are fineries. This is like sparkle, sparkle.
By the way, Megan said to tell ya.
I know, send it to Joe.
It is ostensibly...
No, I was wondering if you think that's good or if I want to. If I should look for something else.
I would think a cross between Megara's gown and a flowing piece of lava would work.
What Xanon is wearing is fine if he's presenting himself as a bodyguard. If he's presenting himself as a guest, however, he may be a subject of ridicule.
You're from Summerall, right? Like you were living there for a long time. Have you not seen what like people wear over there? Or Any idea what they wear over there? I
Zen
mean, you
was
were there
not
for a long
in
time.
Somerville. Zen was just strictly straight from Ormer to Zaria.
And he had to land somewhere in Zaria.
She's got a point, you know.
Very true.
Oh god, there's so many.
You don't need to worry about it.
I don't like how he says that. She looks over at Nicodemus.
With any appropriate charisma check, ridicule may be deflected. So if he wants to make that decision, he makes that decision.
Okay. I trust you. I'm gonna go and handle my own kids now because I've got a lot of them to handle. So good luck. She runs away.
And it's right on cue that you hear the sound of a screaming smaller child, as most likely one of them got their toys stolen by a brattier other one.
It's probably the bats.
Yeah.
I need you, Tiki, to bring me the toy. Now.
What do you think of that one, Megan?
I really like that, but I don't know if she'd have sleeves.
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking probably just de-sleeve that.
Yeah.
So
that
Piper
works.
just turns into this to show Angel.
Sleeves are for chumps.
Exactly. Hold on, I'll put it in session art. Just imagine it with no sleeves.
No sleeves.
She literally just turns into this in the foyer,
Oh, that's
wherever we
badass.
are. Yeah.
So Angel just looks over at Tiki and tells him to get down. I need that toy back. Now.
No.
I guess then you don't want cookies tonight. There will be cake for dessert, but I guess you can't have that either.
There's just this pause where you see the ears go back, like unsure whether to respond or how to respond, and just suddenly like
You do
just
remember
shaken
I'm
at the threat without even necessarily the need for a
you
roll.
do remember I'm mom, right? We have already been over how many times you've gotten grounded. I can take away your sweets.
Okay, I'm not even going to ask you to roll here. Just what's your passive intimidation modifier?
It's like I think it's plus 11.
So, passive intimidation on a general would be 21. Let's see. Not resisting that with a 9.
Give your sister back her toy because she's throwing a hissy fit.
Drops the toy, lets gravity take it, and then curls up and tries to hide in the rafters.
Okay, I need you to put on your formal wear.
You did that a little too well.
I'll tell you what, I will paint with you tonight if you will go put your formal wear on.
But they're itchy.
The silver ones aren't. Go put the silver ones on.
But that's itchy.
No, they're
This
not
particular
itchy.
child, despite you exerting a decent amount of effort to make clothes comfortable for him, he is, from what you've learned, especially in the last 2 years, not comfortable with having clothes on at all. Seems to have some level of resistance to that sort of physical
Okay.
sensation.
I will give you the soft tunic if you go and meet me in there.
I thought I dealt with the itchiness issues in your clothes.
And it's itchy.
I know, but it's just a flowy cloak tunic.
And it's itchy. This kid calls any clothes itchy, whether they are or not.
Are they itchy or you just don't want to wear it?
At this point, itchy translates to him not wanting to wear it. And that's, again, pretty much any bit of clothing.
Then I guess I don't have to make you the goth one that I had planned with all the really cool spiders on it. can't wear clothes, then I guess we just can't wear clothes.
Make a
And she
persuasion
walks
check.
away. No, she's just gonna walk away. She's gonna do the mom thing of slowly walking away.
And when I'll touch Angel's shoulder real quick and cast guidance so she can have an extra D4 to extra persuadify.
Hold on, I can't see that die.
Guidance will get you that D4, yes.
It's a 19
Plus a D4.
plus the D4, which is. But that's not even plus my. What is my modifier that I'm using? Persuasion, which is a plus 21 plus the D4.
So it's 40 plus something. Some kids can have a very, very high DC because they are that stubborn.
Well, it's a plus 1, so it's a 41.
41. Yeah, so just dropping from the rafters and doing a 2-foot bat walk following after you, this like little tiny stepped kind of waddle. It's not necessarily the reaction of a stubborn child as much as it's just a tiny little winged ball of anxiety.
She knows that. She also knows that they don't like to be touched as much.
Yeah, he gets legitimately uncomfortable wearing something.
We're just gonna have to figure out something that works for bats. Him and his
Where's
3
the
brothers.
His brothers don't have that issue. He does.
Well, I mean, his sister and the 2 brothers are kind of a problem, but they're not as bad.
Yeah, every child has their quirks. This one does not like wearing anything.
Should we put calm emotions into the fabric of the clothes, maybe?
That might be something we might have to weave in there.
Anyway, Dusty is here. I'm going to...
Do what you gotta do.
So at this point, Angel looks over at Nicodemus. Can you take him and get his clothes on, please?
Yeah.
Yes, and bring out the ones that we plan on giving him on his birthday. The ones that were made with Tavinius' speciality.
Yep.
Because he does not want to wear full pants today. He's going to be wearing kind of like a jumper with little buttons on the bottom.
It's all good.
Can't put him back in an outfit sometimes.
I tried shorts with him last week, and all he said was that they were bad shorts.
I think he just wants to be difficult. Because he wants the attention and the anxiety is way too high. He just can't say that he wants a hug. So.
He's even a little shaky with those.
Yeah. But he is the eldest out of all 3.
Yeah.
So if you'll do me a big favor and ask him what stuffed animal he's really, really been wanting, and he's hiding his preferences from his mama because she's a girl and girls don't need to know because they shouldn't know about those things.
I know which one.
Okay.
Which, for the sake of note keeping, even though Angel doesn't know, it is a caterpillar stuffy.
Oh, caterpillar. Oh, he likes caterpillars. He's soft bean. Yeah, so Angel runs off to go take care of all the kids and get them dressed and help with that process.
Yeah.
Does it turn into a beautiful butterfly?
Beautiful. Turns into beautiful butterfly. Sorry. So question.
Yeah.
It's what Violet sits next to Halcyon. Are you going to talk about it, or are you going to keep it inside?
Going to talk about which part?
Okay, we'll talk about it after breakfast then.
Thank you.
She looks over at her aunt and uncle nervously, considering they haven't talked since they were in the abyss.
Yeah, which they are particularly well dressed, despite, having been wearing hand-me-down clothes and some outfits that seem to be old clothes of theirs that were still in their rooms. What they seem to be wearing now are largely, it seems, augmented, adjusted, and sort of retailored versions of what they were wearing in the abyss. As that in and of itself, while particularly Gothic was very formal in its nature already.
Violet looks very confused.
It is retailored to be much softer, a lot less intimidating, a lot less, dark. I
Are they going to
suppose.
take advantage of it while her grand's not in the room helping in the kitchen?
Yeah. First year end kind of scoots herself over toward you. Notably, there's no creaking in the chair or scraping against the floor, so something along the lines of a glide must have happened. Well,
Yeah?
how long have you been on your own?
On my own? Living or alive or dead
On
or...
your own in general. Away from
Since-
societal expectation.
Since I was 10, 11, I think? Can't
Do you-
remember what month it was.
Do you know how to walk in heels?
What are heels?
Okay. Sweetheart, there are going to be elven delegates showing up, which means you will be expected to have some level of presentability. Hey, Vanestra.
I have an issue.
You'll be expected to have some level of presentability.
Some level, okay?
This includes a way of presenting yourself to match at the very least the financial station that you find yourself in. You don't know how to use heels.
I just don't know what they are. I know that
She
Angel wears
reaches
something
down
called
and takes
stilettos.
off her... That is a type of heel, yes.
Oh, okay, that's what a heel is. Okay. Let's see, like the heels of a boot.
Some of them have a boot-like shape, yes, but those are less refined.
I've worn them a couple of times.
Do you know how to walk in them properly?
Can I make like a see if
Make
In
an
the past-
acrobatics check, just retroactively to see kind
Okay.
of how you handle
for
being heels.
Violet? Sir Violet. 12? 12 plus whatever her acrobatics score is, because it's not coming up for me on my end.
It's not high DC. And plus the acrobatic score, yeah, you know how to competently walk in those. It's been a while. There may be a bit of stumbling when you next put on a pair, but you feel confident that you'll be able to.
No, she wore them in her last date. So-
True.
She just didn't know what they were. She just wears things, not necessarily questioning it. When Angel says, "This will look good," no, go turn around, try something else on.
Grand, what's your favorite dress?
I borrowed dresses from Angel for the past couple of months.
Okay, what's your favorite dress?
It's one that was made of my skin.
That may be unsightly in the presence of elven nobility. Despite it
Dragon
being
skin.
Despite it being impressive amongst warriors, it may be seen as unsightly. Just like wearing a full gown made of leather.
But it's not leather. They're just like empty, floaty, silvery amethyst scales. They're like little shimmery diamonds.
My point stands. Ideally, you want to wear something reflective of not only your station, but your name.
Mom is the only one who had any interesting dresses in her.
Yes.
From what I can remember. Anything that involved snow or green mud. So
Yes.
I had one emerald dress that I was allowed to wear when I met my father. So
You still know what that is?
yes, you showed me the closets.
I'll need you to go grab it, change into it, and show me.
It's going to be too small.
I have shears and a sewing kit.
Fine. I will go get it. She goes and retrieves this tiny pint-sized dress.
Right, we'll need some fabric then.
If you want fabric, you can ask Angel. She's got plenty of fabric.
She gets up from her seat, walks over to Angel. Your name is
She's current-
Angel, correct?
Yes, her name is Angel. Angel is currently putting braids into one of the kids' hair like it's, easiest thing in the world, not even paying attention and answering a question to another child. No, I want that bow, not the gray bow. The gray bow doesn't match your silver spats. I'm not playing with you. This is not time to argue about the bow tie color. We're not in Sharney. It does not reflect the right color. Want to reflect the snow.
I'm sure someone of your station could afford a glamour dress and just magically shift it to what it's needed.
It's made from a dragon's loom. Very special loom.
I see.
And it will grow in their size. So they can keep their outfits if they like them, or they can have them changed. So she made them specifically for my children. Every time I go back to Orimer, she makes another one.
Right. Do you happen to have on hand, I can see the bag of holding, a bolt of
Chester.
snow shimmer cotton?
Give me a moment. Can I roll to see if I have some?
Yeah,
I probably
go ahead
do.
and roll me a... Let's see, for kind of an inventory, we'll say just general collections. We'll say a survival check. This would have been something that you...
16 plus 6.
16 plus 6, 22. One moment.
And sweet hell.
back, if anybody would like to summarize real quick for Venestra what she happened to have missed.
If you'll wait for Amber, she can type it to you.
Sure. Had to step
No,
away
I
real quick.
cannot.
Because
I cannot type at the moment.
I know you're taking a bath. So we're prepping for the delegates getting here is pretty much all that's happened. Everybody's kind of had a little bit warm anything. Everybody's sitting at the table. So Venestra's sitting at the table eating breakfast.
I'm
not present is Avery.
I had to step away real quick because my dad smelled something burning. I just checked with him to make sure that it wasn't something too close, and yeah, no. But good sign, my sense of smell's back, so.
You also need to check and see if he's having a heart attack.
Oh no, we both could smell it, so that was something.
Side.
Yeah, actually burning. Smelled like burning paper a little far off. Somebody probably decided to start a fire in their yard, or some homeless person. It didn't quite smell like a chimney fire, so I don't know why the hell I'm able to discern the aromas of burning things, but it's been a thing for a while.
My aunt was talking to Angel.
Yeah.
And I got a high enough roll.
Yeah, this, strictly speaking, especially because imports from Kidding for things like this aren't that common. This is something that you didn't necessarily come across and purchase from like a trader or anything like that. This was more...
It's Urkbach.
Not even Urkbach. You got this looting during one of the interim missions of trying to deal with bandits and dissenters by Sharni, of which among one of these groups, among a lot of their stolen stock and goods, there was a bolt of this stuff. Given the type of material it is, it's not, necessarily known for durability, but the type of color it produces when it gets woven, not to mention the sort of almost silk-like reflectivity, despite it being a cotton, does make it desirable in that regard.
I'm guessing that there might have been 2 bolts, and I made an outfit out of one of them because I'm real tiny.
No, it was one bolt. It was a very large bolt, which means it was most likely meant to be a large shipment to some city. But any means of address or direction for where most of the shit that was piled into that building was meant to go, probably long since destroyed or forgotten about, or maybe even left behind in whatever unfortunate cart it got robbed from. There were a number of things, a lot of fabrics and textiles among that stock, a lot of sort of random goods, including, at least as a measure of particular convenience for yourself and for your orphanage project in Sharni, a lot of toys.
Okay.
Toys in particular came out of a fairly weathered and beaten red sack. That was actually, oddly enough, a bag of holding.
Okay, I look over it. Alright, and I pull it. I ask Chester, I need that bolt of fabric, the snow one. You would, Chester, please?
Yeah, you're able to recover that bolt easily.
My inventory boy. My inventory boy.
Comes and walks up the small, multi-legged mimic trunk.
I have a piece of bacon waiting for you if you do this correctly. 3 pieces of bacon. Okay, 3 pieces of bacon and 2 waffles. With a pile of blueberries. Those are your favorite.
The top lid of this little thing unhinges, and slowly essentially the throat of this dimensionally sealed mimic.
Oof. I sure will be back.
Yeah, Vanessa will be back in an hour. She's got to go back to work, which is fine. Throat opens up to that sort of cavernous extra-dimensional space, and you hear that same kind of...
Why do you always have to make it gross?
because it's a creature. You gotta make it immersive. So,
You know, that's what she's asking him. Why do you always have to make it gross?
given that it's always, I don't think there's really a clean way for this thing to spit anything out.
I know, but Angel's is hoping every single time it happens.
Yeah.
She has very low expectations.
Eventually, what is finally expelled from this living mimic of holding, essentially, is this sort of long bolt of this very, very fine, very thin, and very tightly woven, sort of light, mint-colored fabric. Only mint really when it catches in certain light, though. Otherwise, it seems like, especially even just in the texture, it could blend in very easily with snow as a mode of camouflage. In the way it seems to reflect in a certain color, it does remind you of adamantine in a way. But it is just a really neat fabric.
Is there anything you can suggest for outfits, considering I have all kinds? I just don't know what to wear. I know my kids have their outfits set up based on where they're from, but...
Since you are hosting them here, I'd suggest you wear something reflective of your home, but conscious of the weather here.
Okay.
The first thing they tend to prod at is a apparent lack of common sense, which can be reflected very quickly in clothing.
Considering I take my clothes off for a living sometimes, I'm very confused at this thing.
I would highly suggest not dressing like a stripper.
I don't dress like a stripper. I just have outfits that are easy to remove.
Given that this is a particular, very particular clan of High Elves, I would avoid something that is easily removed.
It's not just a particular clan. There are multiple clans that are showing up today. I'm just
Yes,
very
and among
confused.
them are those that are naturally explorative.
So, dagger dress. Got it.
No. That would come off as rude, just not something that is easily... Not a quickie dress.
She looks over at Nicodemus. What does that mean?
I think she means not a dress that we could easily get into a quickie with.
That's not helpful. She looks over at him.
Something with layers not quickly removable. Layers to reflect your preparation for cold weather, and
So, dragon skin's off the table, or...
likely, it may be seen by some of these clans as barbaric. While it is very pretty, you are not necessarily meeting a bunch of warrior delegates.
What about the only pink scale dress I have?
Scales are still a no.
They're all radiant scales. I'll just reflect the aurora.
Which is very neat, but
Okay, so is it black tie formal or white tie formal?
as in business or say it's white tie.
Or length. Alright. She looks over Nicodemus. I can't wear the amethyst dress, or because that's got a bunch of spiky, maybe hidden amethysts. It might be seen as rude from a warlord. That's so confusing.
Yeah, well, on the other hand, they're coming to meet you. You're not going to meet them, so...
You make a point.
Do you really need to appeal to their sensibilities that much?
I mean, the last dress I had especially made was see-through for the gift.
Excuse me?
They pride themselves on warrior prowess.
Right. Look, that was a while ago, love.
Most of Urkbach's dresses worked fine, but they're all easily removed.
Yeah, you also... Wait, did they meet us, or did we meet them?
We met them. We went to where they were. We had a dress made so we wouldn't look like we were absolute assholes.
Okay. You know, maybe because we're technically the hosts. Reflect where we are a little bit, but then reflect what we are more. The advice that lady is giving is great and all, but maybe leave that for Violet.
Angel goes and gets on the silver dress that she got from the silver dragon. The one that looks is very pretty. At least the one with the silver ornaments, not the one with the fully silver body.
Not strictly what I was getting at, but no, I overheard your husband's points.
Well, the problem is this. They don't think of him as an actual citizen, so the problem is they see him as a second-class citizen.
They may see him as that in their culture, but if they are foolish enough not to understand differences in the environment they visit, that's on them. And that reflects poorly for them. You are meeting with a few different clans, which means you are meeting with a few different perspectives. They may clash with each other before they even clash with you.
Let's get out the rainbow dress. One with the... So she's going to do a multiple tiered dress, but it's going to be what she would actually wear in the Underdark, which is much more fluffy than what most people think she would wear, which is big, poofy ball gown.
Yeah.
A sleek look to it. But there's no see-through bits. Like there were... The dwarves didn't really care if she had that kind of like a tight bodice piece,
Yeah,
but apparently it would be a detriment here.
as far as a lot of the cultures you've met with, most of them up to this point have been fairly lax, so you are entering into the company that, at least based on what you've been told so far, might be a little bit more suffocating.
Awesome. Can I have you not be in white mode? Because you're really bright.
Have me not be in this?
No, it's not you. It's the screen. So bright. So fucking bright.
Gotcha.
It's like, would you like to be highlighted in all of the wrong places? No.
Here, this
but
is
okay.
flashbang. Make sure not to
Like-
close your eyes.
Don't close eyes, small child.
Don't close eyes. We need to record the retina as it burns.
Okay. Alright, hold on. I have a list of all of the fancy dresses that I have for my character that I want to use. I have like an entire fantasy board for just such an occasion.
Given the significance as well of the appearance of the aurora on a day like this, for the most part, you've understood that they will be arriving at night if they're going to be redirected. So you do have a good chunk of the day to prepare, get anything else squared away. There is something to the significance of timeliness on their appearance.
She's going to set up 3 different dresses, as you do when you're in a white tie event.
As one does.
This one does. We will be sharing these in chat. I have so many already picked out, so it's gonna be perfect. So she just looks over it. So and is just like slightly impressed yet unimpressed at the same time. She's very poignant.
I've been locked in a very dark place for a long time, so just trying to offer what advice I can.
Well, thank you for the advice.
We are snow elves nonetheless, a variety of high elf, but given how isolated most of us are in our communities, we're less pretentious than some other varieties. At least we try not to be. Of course, we are not to be confused with the tundra elves. They are a variety of wood elf, not high elf.
Put some top picks at the top because I had a couple of really good ones up there. We're gonna have we'll be taking some screenshots.
Oh, and Amber, also, could you roll a d20 for me? Or is Amber indisposed? Oh wait, she's in the bath.
She's in the bath.
Yeah, my bad. In which case, I will clarify. Amber, do you want someone to roll a d20 on your behalf? This one is not.
Well, what am I missing? Sorry.
Just roll. This would be roll a d20. This is not, this is not on a time limit, so whenever you're free to do so.
Just flat D20.
Just a flat d20.
Okay, I'll do the digital. Real quick. 11. I don't know his score, but 11.
11. Thank you. All right. So back to Megan.
Okay, so she looks over it. The woman as she takes away the outfit. I am going to have some of my girls' dresses though, so I'm going to need to get the tailors as quickly as possible in the situation.
What are the sizes you're working with?
Sizes?
Yes.
It depends on the girl.
Range.
I have the one that doesn't have one is Yuki. We're gonna be honest. Yuki is a snow elf of Grian.
Snow elf.
Oh, Grian.
Of Grian. So hold on. An Eladrin or just?
No, just Grian's child. She's Grian's baby. Yuki, can you come out of the necklace, please?
She pops out.
I understand that we're going through some changes, and I know it's uncomfy. I know that going from child sizes to adult sizes are not comfy, but we have to fix things.
What age roughly is Yuki at right now?
She's about 12 right now, considering Angels had a you told me that they were going to age up by like a year.
Yep.
She was 11 because of what she did yesterday.
Hold on. She pulls out of her sleeve, you're not sure exactly where it was tucked in, a tailor tape. And she very quickly, with complete disregard for tact, proceeds to wrap it around the girl in various spots.
Careful, don't touch her hair, it'll freeze your hands.
I'm mindful. She looks at the measurements she took and kind of traces back onto the tape as if still perfectly recalling every measurement she took. That is incredibly convenient.
Violet is confused. Look at Angel confused.
Right. Well, I'm planning on still being down here to help, so... Cavalok. The ghost of the Goliath approaches. Could you go up to my room? Go back into my closet. The iron-bound chest in the back left corner. Bit of dust on it, but if you could bring that down here, please.
Half of the girls have gone through a glow up in the past day, so they're kind of upset with their mom right now.
Cavalok takes in the note. I'll be back. And for the first time, rather than just moving, he just disappears.
She looks over at this. There's so many of them, and the ones that are naturally born are all going up by like a year in one night. So it's
Does this meeting require that you have all of them visible, out and about, available?
I will need the deity's children. They will need to know what they're getting into if they're going to be even anywhere near me.
I see. Well,
Lucian and the others are fine. The only one that has a dress problem right now, considering she got bustier, and I think she actually does summon this. Kismet, I need to know if you're pregnant.
no. No.
Are you sure?
Yes. Given what I am, even just what I was as a solar, as we grow older and grow into ourselves, we become a, how do I put this, a more statuesque example.
Because your
of hair.
hips, you're up 2 sizes.
Like
talking
I'm an
about-
example of something carved out of marble, yeah, I know.
Yeah, we're doing the plate thing.
Does it make a little more sense?
Yeah, but I need you
How
to
much more
reflect.
defined are my muscles?
Way more defined. Can you do me a big favor though? But I need you to go and ask your godmama if we can get a dress that reflects your
Don't need to get one,
personality.
I can just, she snaps her fingers and
Oh, thank God. Because the outfit you usually wear is not gonna fit here.
she's particularly at this stage starting to look alarmingly close to, for lack of another way to put it, the art from the entry in the book. She is more and more starting to reflect that.
She's not a solar, she's a demigod.
Yep. And there are still traits of the solar that are making their way in, plus traits from you. It is...
I need you to find me every child who's gone up into a tween age and bring them to me because they're all I can hear is fussiness in the necklace.
Understood.
Because everybody's gone up a year, and that means Hope's up a year. That means pretty much everybody's up a year.
Eventually, Cavalok makes his way down with a trunk, which this lady traces her fingers along the edge, and an unseen locking mechanism opens itself, and she retrieves a, seemingly based on its condition, as of yet unworn, evergreen dress, sized for a 12-year-old, matching Yuki's exact measurements. Like I said, incredibly convenient. Never got a chance to wear this myself. I grew out of it. was quite the brat at the time that I insisted it be made. I was a problem when this was made.
My kids aren't problems. They're just all angry at Mom because Mom decided to do something dangerous yesterday.
It looks like a very calm and subtle example of the typical evergreen dress, but then the moment that you kind of look inside the sleeves, there's an ungodly amount of silver trim.
Is Yuki excited?
Oh yeah.
That's all that matters, is Yuki
Yeah.
being excited. Angel's okay with whatever she wants to do.
Which,
just
as
long
soon as
Yukie's
Yuki puts it
excited.
on as well, all of the silver trim immediately gets frosted, like metal that's been left out in a cold morning.
She's so happy. Oh no, Cleopatra. You can see the Angel's face is like doing the whole like face range of like, I'm glad I ordered the tailors to show up first. We're gonna have an entire cavalcade today. If you would love to help, I would love some insistence of help, but Violet doesn't have
Which
anything
the tailors
to
do
wear.
themselves teleport in, of course. I'll figure
She
something
puts
out
up-
for Violet.
She puts up a loom. She pulls out the loom and puts it down.
Well, there's a reason I requested that bolt. No,
Yes.
Violet, darling.
Yes.
Piper's probably chasing an owlin around trying to get their clothes.
Some of that Owlin is being a fucking brat. You are chasing
Get-
down Birdie Speedy Gonzalez.
Get down. I promise I'll give you this rat. I found a rat. I'll give you the rat.
Please get down now!
Give you the rat. Instead, I'll give you the rat.
Violet's helping.
She's been doing this for 2 years. She knows exactly what's gonna make him come down. I'll catch a possum next. I'll make it a big one.
I could probably lure one in later.
Come on. Come on.
Roll me a sleight of hand check. This will be contending with the Owlin, as the Owlin's going
rat.
to try and snatch it and continue to run.
I'm cast the guidance on the Violet.
It's a natural 20 for that one.
Plus,
Plus for her
D4.
sleight of hand.
Open the D4.
Let me do that first.
oh yeah, no, never mind. It's 2.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
You quickly snap your hand out of the way, as you can tell immediately the Owlin's trying to be sly.
Do I catch the owlin in the same breath, considering of that sleight of hand?
You jolt one hand away, and the other hand promptly just
It's
grabs
automatic
on to
reaction.
Talon on the foot.
She hands it over, the rat and the child over to Piper.
There's a level of hyperventilation that if it were a human child, you would see that face slowly starting to turn red, where it's clearly on the verge of a yell.
Thank you, Violet.
Well.
I think I have the silent spell, so I might just cast it on.
As it starts
As
to
then,
scream.
in complete silence, a pissed off owl squawk is just
Getting madder because it can't make any noise.
yeah, that head is twisting around in all those kinds of directions. Feathers are getting ruffled. It's a mess.
There's only one problem.
Kids going into a
child in that-
tantrum.
Only one problem child in that complete. That's what Angel says as she turns back to the...
Twitch on the subject. Owlin throwing a tantrum. This is going to be completely accidental, but still. Oh god. Piper, currently without armor or mage armor or anything else like that. Does a 16 hit you? No. Okay. You are able to maneuver your hand out of the way as during the aggressive tantrum, a rather sharpened talon nail skirts by. Again, very clearly not with the intention of actually carving into you, but that was very close and it very well could have.
Oh, he's gonna die.
go give this rat to your brother, who's being very good for getting
Both of them.
dressed.
Yep.
And that results in suddenly a silent and no longer actively tantrum, no longer active tantrum, but it is a silent.
Scream.
Out.
It is absolutely a pout.
Yes!
However, once you get your clothes on, then you can have the rat. Me and Violet later will catch you a big possum. And then Piper just kind of takes Celine away.
The all Talon on the foot balls up and just kind of knocks against a wall in an owl's attempt at basically stomping.
While we're walking away.
Yeah, which again is silent because of the silent spell, but there is still that note of the vibration that carries out of that range that does just hear that slight leftover against the wall.
Yeah. Takes him back to get dressed.
So, you wanted me, Auntie?
Yes. We're going to
Okay.
figure out a dress.
Okay.
First,
I don't...
this will have to be reflective not just of where we live and the traditions therein. This also must be reflective of you. So, how are you with sleeves?
I don't hate them.
Would you prefer to have them on this dress or not?
Mom always had this really pretty dress with flowy sleeves that were soft. I've always wanted some with big sleeves that are soft.
I can do that.
They looked like blankets of snow.
Now again, reflection of self. How much of a bust do you want to show off? Do you want to be modest or brazen?
Brazen.
How brazen?
I want to make Halcyon's family regret any choices that they may make. I want to show the scars.
Show the scars.
Some of them. Fights and things that happened in the abyss. I have one particular
Let's go
scar
into
that's
another
nice.
room.
It
Suppose you
just
aside.
follow there. Okay.
Show me.
She has a singular scar here from when she first came. But it's not like deep. They're not deep scars. They're just like hairline scars now. They look like pretty little dancing marks at this point. But the one that she likes the best is the one that goes halfway down her abdomen from when she's gotten stabbed by a razor when she was swimming in the Iron Lake.
Okay.
Survived death, so
Theming. Do you want this to follow more the tree insignia of the house, or the wintry aspects of where we're living?
I want both.
Well, you're getting both. I mean, which one do you want to take majority? Because that will change my design philosophy here.
I want the tree along the center part of the dress, where Enabled would be shown, or halfway shown.
I can do that. Now again, how much ratio?
I like to go 50-50, but I want you to put blood at the bottom of the dress.
No blood. But I will show you what I am doing.
Okay?
She very quickly, lightning quick, creates a mock-up of the dress in a sketch pad. Using a bit of, it seems like a light strand of sort of green chalk to kind of match the tone of the dress. And she shows that apparently there are going to be small but very, very well designed and embroidered windows all across your body, highlighting the scars and sort of transforming them into almost more so beautiful trophies rather than examples of failures.
Well,
And
she's
each-
had them. She's had the magical tattoos put over the scars, so they look really pretty now. So she
Then
likes that.
And we'd also, in turn, highlight the tattoos. Each of these kind of showing off as sort of branches off of an evergreen tree, and the sort of negative space where those highlights aren't, or where the snowflakes sort of filter in.
Can we do my hair up in a way that shows off the tattoo I have on my neck?
Yes. She does a few sketches just looking at your head shape, going through a number of different styles that could hold your hair up. Various braids of different complexities, some that are just tied up in knots and buns.
She pulls out the crown that Angel gave her that was made out of metal that kind of you can make a snowflake or shape around the forehead with the braiding.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one.
She does another few more sketches.
And you can see underneath her there's violets woven in with little snowflakes.
Mm.
Kind of show where she's been. And they're flecked in gold. She's taken a lot of pain in her. Kind of what Angel did where the tattoo artist came, so she went to see them a lot.
Now another thing, to avoid you being met in unfortunate disgust. This is a political meeting. We are all very powerful people. That said, dissenters can happen anywhere. So, where are we going to highlight the fur? As she puts sort of like a shoulder billow of fur sketched onto the dress, a sort of line of kind of a half cloak that is fur that kind of matches along that tone. Rolls and rackets through a series of different options. She's basically trying to, even if it's mostly on a surface level, sum you up in a dress.
You said claw and scale are tacky, yes?
Yes, but in the stitching and embroidery, we can mimic that. We can put the essence of those things in the patterning.
She takes out a set of what are like unpolished gems out of her pocket. I don't know what they are. I just know they came from Sharni, and it was my first date with Halcyon when I found them. So
I'm not much of a jeweler, so I won't be able to integrate those into the dress. That said, hold on to those. Someone ought to make something very special out of them that maybe you can wear aside from the dress.
I might ask Angel to borrow her jewelry.
Isn't your new friend Piper a jeweler?
Is Piper a jeweler? I don't think Piper's a jeweler. Piper's
No, that's Latalia.
a what?
Election campaigns.
I
I'm sure she
know
has some
that
jewelers under her employ.
probably, but I don't know. I've got time before they show, so maybe. Just you can see this Violet really wants to use those items. Let's do then.
On the other hand, I have another way I could utilize them. Well, actually, Could I see them?
She hands them to her.
She
She
checks.
doesn't know. She doesn't know what they are. She
Yeah.
just found them as they were rocks that she found. And they were.
She-
She knew they were gems because her radar went off. Like they were foreign.
Yeah.
And her radar went off. She took it as a sign that they were supposed to be together because they were in two different places.
She checks the gems just generally in terms of shape for uniformity, symmetry, that kind of thing. They're a little bit abstract. They would need to be carved, but without them being carved.
I know one of Angel's children, one of the older ones, does have a fascination with gems. But I don't know if he's got affinity. So
Do you have something sentimental that you'd like to keep on hand?
other than Ink's things, not really.
Ink.
The small kobolds, you talked about him once. You talked about black kobolds that I carried with me.
Yes. The events of the abyss get fuzzy sometimes. Anything you would be opposed to wearing?
No, I've never gone to a party like this besides one that Angel invited me to, and I wore a red dress that day.
What that you carry with you of inks? What do you have?
I have some gold that Ink gave me the last time I went to town. I always
Some-
keep his stuff separate.
Something a little more personal.
She pulls out a claw from nowhere. She keeps it in her hair. It's like a hair tie or a hair pin. Looks roughly braided, has been braided for a long time. She pulls it free. It's one of the only things I had that when he was little, because dragons sometimes lose their claws and just grow some more. I have his from before.
Okay. Well, a young kobold claw. It's got some symmetry to it, so it could be used as a decent centerpiece. You mentioned you had you had some gold. Do you have any chains?
Oh yes, plenty. She pulls out a whole bunch of like leftover jewelry that she's found in so many places.
Okay. She takes the gemstones and the claw, trying to basically center it up as much as it could, be on a sideways profile, symmetrical. And what she begins to sort of weave together and kind of knot into the chains, without any kind of welding, without any direct pressing of any gems, basically amounts to be what would normally be done this way with like leather straps to hold them in place, instead done very, very carefully with chains. What amounts to be basically what looks almost like a ceremonial medallion, which at its centermost piece is Ink's claw, which immediately then flanks down with the series of gems kind of down the center and, in a way, drawing an eye toward the rather blazing
Scar.
bust display and scar.
What she wants is a dress where it goes all the way down the center of the midriff.
Yeah.
That's what she's hoping for. Is like a ball gown where it goes straight down the middle.
Yeah.
With lacing, so you can see the tattoos.
How do you feel about that thing?
I kind of like it. It's different. It's very raw though.
It would need to be remade after this and properly set if you wanted to keep that. Otherwise, it's fairly easily deconstructed if you know what you're doing and which pressure points to release.
Hold on. She pulls out her own Tavinius coin and flips the fuck out of that coin. Because that man knows what he's doing with anything.
Well, hello there.
Hi, Tim.
It's been a minute. What the fuck's going on? As this, again, sort of bronze yet radiant bronze scaled, and I mean radiant as in like sort of holy light coming off of him in this
he's
in this
got
private
holy
room.
light.
Dragonborn enters into the space. There's elements of him where, I mean, it's Dragonborn insofar as the regard to a mutate, someone who was near a dragon at the time of its death, because it still comes up to a face now of exposed, mostly elven features that glow and have those tattoos.
So, I need some help making a necklace out of this. And my aunt needs help because I don't know how to tinker. And I know that Farah does really well with jewelry, but
Give it
she's
here.
busy.
She just snatches it.
That is on my neck.
And he immediately summons forth one of his normal dragon claws, breathes out a bit of radiant lightning breath onto it to where it almost focuses itself to like a butane torch, and begins adjusting, melting, and shaping this gold chain until it is a perfectly bit of framed golden jewelry and a medallion hanging off of this chain, still in the spirit of the original shape. There.
Thank you, Tiffany's.
Anything else?
I know that Angel's gonna need you.
Then she can flip her own coin.
Don't disappear, I'm not kidding.
But what are the gemstones?
She didn't know what they were. He didn't identify them.
Well, as he's about to bamf out, you asking and are curious about them?
Yeah.
Well,
They're
see
definitely foreign.
let's see what I can
They
figure.
smell good.
Well, this small little bright green nugget. It's particularly useful if you want to risk destroying your necklace.
Is it nitrogen?
Not that kind of destroy. It's just the integrity where that gem would be kind of falls apart. Let me put it this way. This particular gemstone is mystical in its properties. Insofar
Both
as...
of them smell like they are.
Yeah, this one specifically is mystical in its properties. I'll get to the other one. This one is mystical in its properties, but insofar as... should you be summoning forth a potent magical event of a slightly less than master level, which is to say an 8th level spell,
Okay.
and it requires usually materials with which are to be expended on its casting. This can be used in lieu of that, regardless of its value.
Is it a diamond? Can't tell.
This is something called residuum.
Oh. It's pretty.
It's well refined. Usually a piece of this size, if it were a little more cloudy, would really only manage an adept's assistance in spellcraft.
So, what about the other?
The other one, well... His eyes dilate. Where did you find this?
In the Underdark? And shiny.
You notice this particular gemstone is a sort of dark, thrumming purple that seems to give off like the subtlest, almost black light, like glow. I'd suggest you meditate on that.
Okay. She doesn't know what that means. Okay.
Meditate on it and attune to it, if you have the freedom to do so.
Okay. I do. Tuning skills.
In doing so, well, you'll be able to extend both the reach of any potent telepathic and telekinetic ability. A couple extra stone throws.
Is this a common gem?
Not strictly. Bit harder to find.
I just could smell it. I can smell it in a certain part of Sharni.
And you're right about it being foreign.
It smells good though.
Yeah. I can't quite put a name where that came from, but again, it'll allow you to extend to such traits. A decent extra couple of stone throws away, which is to say, attuning to this particular gemstone, again, without having strictly identified it. This is just him kind of thinking on it and really absorbing through observation what it does. This will allow you to extend the range of both telepathy, for communication's sake, and telekinesis an extra 15 feet.
Okay.
Which, in the right situation, nothing to sneeze at.
So the telepathy that she has, where she can talk to.
Yeah, telepathy for communication, telekinesis for,
She does have minor telekinesis, but it's not like.
Well, now its range, if you attune to
Range.
this, gets buffed by about 15 feet.
Oh, good. So
If you were to
looks-
separate this gem from that necklace, theoretically any other ally could also use it for the same purpose. If they
She
have the
looks-
capabilities to match.
So, I'm letting you know. I have a question. Can Angel smell Tavinius? Or hear Tavinius?
Make a perception check.
Jesus, yes, please. With a 19 plus or 8? I think it's 8.
19
Yeah.
plus 8, 27?
Uh.
Yeah.
So, Tavinius!
Feck.
Don't want to waste a coin.
Feck.
Don't want to waste a coin.
Busy.
You're not busy.
Be right over.
Thank you. By the way, I died again.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you know.
You're a feckin' headache.
That means I'm gonna get a lecture from some god somewhere later.
You are the talk of Mercast right now.
Oh, I'm just the talk of the gods. I have not had a good dream like that yet.
Every time your heart stops, a tree dies in Merkest. And we realize, oh, Angel bit the big one again. Of course, 3 more trees grow, because everything fucking grows there.
As soon as they come back to life, they're retrees.
But it's a hell of a thing, seeing a tree wither in Merkest.
Only to bloom up again. Yeah, I'm gonna get a lecture later from some.
Seriously, it's like watching a sausage dry and go all wrinkly.
That's not a comforting thought. Can you just help me with the kids, please? Everybody aged here, and everything doesn't fit.
You didn't use your coin, you didn't use your favor, so I'm gonna require something else. What you gonna give me in exchange for helping with your kids' clothing. Don't give me that look. I need you to look inward or in a bag.
She looks over at Chester. I need you to give me that ancient scroll that I kept in my pocket. The one I can't read.
Gonna roll to see how successful the retrieval is.
You mean you never had
Damn it.
to read it?
It's not that Ben can't read it. It's.
Piper. She has eyes of the room keeper.
I know, but this is not one of those ones where even I don't think.
That gesture before. Oh no.
These are the one. Can I give him a bonus?
You see the legs stumble as the chest goes flat with the ground, and he's just going.
It's stuck. Hold on. 3 to 10 and pull it free. There we go.
Yeah, give me an athletics check.
Okay.
It's lodged in a mimic. That body on instinct is gonna fight you.
With an 18 plus 6.
24.
Yeah.
As you reach in to grab it, you can feel your arm starting to get pulled in.
Behave.
Yeah, this is not this is not him misbehaving right now. He's choking, and his body's
right.
just doing things.
Do I pull it out?
Your arm starts to sink in. So yeah, you are trying to pull, and for all intents and purposes, for the average person, you are pulling way above their weight class, and your arm is still getting pulled into this thing.
Nick?
He rushes over and just proceeds to grab you, wrapping one arm around your arm and pull. Let's see how he does. Natural 20. Good man. You pull it free and also apparently wrapped into the scroll a little bit and kind of sticking out sideways. Appears to be a wishbone, though you've never seen a turkey quite that fucking big.
What did you eat?
It's about the size of a forearm.
What did you eat? You better not have eaten one of the. She literally grabs the tongue. You better not have eaten one of the bones.
Love. Now, this is very clearly avian bone. It is light. It is hollow.
She hands him the scroll.
Though of note, there are some light spurs and spikes along the wishbone. It seems somewhere, somehow. Well, give me a nature check, even though I dropped that hint.
Want to know what he ate? Was it abyssal chicken or something? Also, how'd you get abyssal chicken?
An 18 plus what? Plus 6? A nature
I
check.
think so. Dire turkey.
Thanks. All right. She hands him the scroll. I know that Piper can read it, but I didn't want to find out, and I don't know what it is.
Where did you get this?
Bottom of a cavern in a dragon's tunnel.
Sure, I'll take it.
Black dragon. Hope they'll come back for it. It still smells like.
Good luck. Well, now then, your kids need clothes, do they? And he...
They're resizing everything. Their necklaces, their hair combs, everything's off. And they're
Yeah, I know
freaking
they go up a shoe size every time a tree dies, and he walks toward the crowd.
out. Need more hands on deck. It'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay, Levy, I think I misheard you, because I know now that you said more
Everything.
hands on deck. The other thing requires we go into another room.
No, we're not going into another room.
Sure, it might help de-stress.
And another in the distant,
Stress.
in the distant next door. I want you to knock it off.
Give me your chicken. It's more Nicodemus.
Oh, come on. You can't tell me you don't want to loosen up a little.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. After this, sure. We'll rock all the silence crystals out of this space. But not until after.
Are you certain?
I am quite certain.
He gets up real close.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
Are you
Heck.
positive?
Behave. Next door, behave.
I
Nicodemus,
have to go and
behave.
catch the spider that's on the ceiling. Because she's not going to want to change her dress because she thinks it should be that small and not be big. I need her to have a floor-length dress that
You
sticks
make a
to the
point.
ceiling.
You make a point.
I will have to have one of the changelings convince her to come down.
You're cute when you
She's
just
going
try to
to-
distract yourself, and he promptly turns right around and starts going toward trying to deal with the boys.
Okay. As Violet's still there with her aunt. That's Tavinius. Radiant Bronze Dragon of Merkist.
Right, again, not really focusing on that right now. No,
Oh,
again, about the fur. Oop, wrong accent, about the fur.
I'd like it on a cloak, so when we go outside.
Snow elves, not really an issue. So,
No, that's the point. That's the point of show.
true. Right then. Easily done. Now, I'm going to get to work tailoring this. When I finished, I'm going to need to see you again after we get you dressed into it. It will include a corset.
I didn't expect any less or more. Oh, well, technically it wouldn't be a corset. Would it be a half corset?
Half. No.
Oh, is it one of the see-through magic ones like the one Angel wears?
No. It will be apparent.
Well, then how would you see the tattoos on the torso?
You wouldn't believe the amount of modifications I can make to even things like that.
Oh, okay. Then let's do it.
I
don't know
spent
what.
decades making clothes for vampires. They have really strange requests.
I've watched Artbrock make things that you can take off in 15 seconds, so
Only
I'm not surprised.
15, really? Takes that long.
Well, you might want to talk to her back about that, because I have no idea.
15. I think I could teach her a couple of things. Shoot,
She
I need to
made-
get to tailoring.
She walks out. Artbrock will probably be here anyways, because that's what she does. She shows up at these things. Maybe not. Maybe she'll be home and safe. I think she was put into Ormer, I think. They sent her to Ormer.
It is next that the uncle approaches.
Does she walk out straight into him, considering she walks out of the room?
Yep. You kind of bump into him. Hello there.
Why do you smell like my great aunt Tessie? Look like at that moment. Look like my great aunt Tessie. Smell like my great aunt Tessie.
I'm sorry. He said hello there, and all my brain said, well,
General
Kenobi.
Kenobi.
My whole
You
thought process.
honorable one.
Oh,
My whole thought process was we watched Harry Potter the other day, and all I could think of, I look like my great aunt Tessie. Smell like my great aunt Tessie.
So,
Uh,
we need to go over a
Yes?
few things.
like,
Well, tact and all of that will be covered by your aunt. But my job is to consider
okay.
where you can hide weapons if you need to.
I kind of have that covered.
Not on your person. Your aunt and I have a little more than a child's memory about this house. So I'm going to teach you some of the favorite hiding spots for dangerous implements,
Okay.
should they become necessary,
Okay.
as well as the layouts of any trappings, defenses, magical and otherwise. The magical ones may need reworking. How familiar are you with elven rune work?
No, but use. My Sylvan's okay. My Elven is better than it used to be. But not an expert.
Well, we're going to bloody fix that. It's going to take your aunt at least 2 hours to get that dress done. So, let's get to bloody work. Oh, and, grab a duster. Your grandmother has gotten a little bit lax with the housekeeping in her solitude. The ghost butler has done a great job otherwise keeping it clean, but he is a ghost. There are some places he will miss, which you'd think would be avoided with him being incorporeal, but there are
She
some
pulls
places
up-
that are specifically warded against undead.
She pulls up her fluffy tail. I am a duster.
Don't do that. You just bathed.
Hi. She goes and grabs a duster from Angel. Careful, that one eats dust.
It's fine as long as we get rid of it. Plus, it'll help with seeing some of the faded runes a little more clearly. Alright. How familiar are you with the general structures of Arcana?
I've been made aware,
Made aware?
but I'm more of a... I can smell them.
From a mechanical side, he's asking if you're proficient.
She is proficient in Arcana.
Okay. Good. I won't be training a child, then.
She just does not know how to talk to him, considering she doesn't know what he's asking.
And I understand that things are a little tense given the history between myself and your father.
The history between you and my mother, and then that situation.
Yes, it's a mess.
I understand.
A conversation that maybe requires a less formal environment, but right now, circumstances
considering-
dictate necessities.
Well, considering what pulls out of your body, I'm not really that worried about it.
Right. Anyway,
So,
let's get to work fixing some rune work and getting you an understanding of defensible locations in this house.
okay.
Also, if push comes to shove, well, with the amount of guests we have, I guess I'll have to go through at least 2 of the panic rooms. And he starts to take you through various parts of the house where you remember, some pillars and things where, as a kid, you thought, oh, that's really cool filigree. Oh, it's an elven, nice. And, oh, that's an arcane pillar that's supposed to send down beams of lethal magical energy to any hostiles that make their way into the house.
So I just end up dusting and following him as he just like gives me
Dusting,
an entire
following,
spiel.
and he also hands you both a pocket knife and a small chisel for trying to retouch runes in both wood and stone. To which
You want me to roll to see if I don't break it?
this will be either an arcana or sleight of hand to check basically whether you're going to base this on your general knowledge of arcana to keep it precise, or your deftness of.
It's a 19 plus 8.
Okay. 19 plus 8. Making your way around the house, retouching runes, re-speaking runes in proper Elven as he runs you through that as well. These things start to light up very subtly, but they do light up, and there's a subtle magical hum, which you can already tell is still kind of on the fritz because of the aurora, but it's better to have it than not. And he runs through all those. Finally, he gets down to the panic rooms. First one. After you manage to get it open from some faded runes, you immediately catch the smell of mildew, as this had food storage and a bunch of other things that have not been able to be touched, let alone cleaned out in decades. Right. We'll get Kevlarlock on this one. Next, the more important panic room. It's where we keep a copy of all of the family records.
I'm going to leave the ice crystal that Brienne gave me, because Brienne gave Violet an ice crystal for any place that may get hot,
Mm-hmm.
and decided to put it in there.
Yeah.
Keep
This panic room kind of comes in at sort of the base of where the observatory was, kind of right underneath it, inside of the house, where it's all of it mostly framed in brass and copper and various other metals. It's again hidden kind of in that structural foundation. And the way to get in, weirdly enough, it's just cleaning your foot off on the carpet, which is not something you would think to do inside, which is one of the big points. And entering within, it is, again, like almost like a condensed observatory, or even like the inside of a submarine, with the way it is in here. And you can see dotted along a lot of the metal braced walls and everything. There are small bookcases, scroll cases, all of these things needing to be quickly dusted and brushed off. He's checking paper to make sure that it hasn't dried out. And you also see that stored in a few select boxes and cases where runework has absolutely not faded, a series of small, sort of mint in color, glowing crystals.
What are those?
These are yet another means of keeping records. We have multiple forms in here, in the potential eventuality of something going sideways. And so these records, most of them were verbally taken through many generations of the family, just as copies of a lot of the scroll work and things. Some of them even are personal diaries, to the extent where some of our family members refused to keep normal diaries and did so in these crystals. Case in point, as he kind of again just surface brushes off some of the dust on some of these little compartments, and you see one written in glowing mint-colored Elven, your mother's name. The ones that specifically have family names pertain to records involving that family and likely journals. Your mother was quite the personal record keeper. A lot of thoughts, ranging from childhood up to having you afterwards.
I don't blame you. I want you to know that.
I had my reasons. You note as well that among all these compartments,
Did
the
demon
one-
from him, right?
yeah, among all these compartments, the one listed for your father does not have really anything but maybe 3 crystals in there, whereas the rest of them were like full cases, piles, or stacks organized in one way or another. Your father's has 3.
Mother always wrote. You wrote Mother letters.
Yes. He, in contrast to your mother, felt that the crystals were less personal, which is odd considering it captures the voice.
Do you ever leave me anything? I
That
never asked.
That wouldn't be found here unless you want to go poking around in the diaries to see if there's anything special contained in those words, but
You never really talked to me, other than holding my hand and asking me how the weather was and flowers. We weren't allowed to talk. I think it was simply my mother.
what was what did he say his favorite weather was?
The violets would come into bloom.
Bloom.
Each flower blooms at a different time of the year.
He fucking told me it was hail. Hold on, we're going to the library.
It's because they used to sit under the tree.
Yeah, we're going to the library.
Okay. She follows him to the library. Just feeling like a child while you're around in here. Wow, this is pretty. I like this place. Those
Sure,
moments of
you've been in the library before. Again, it's mostly just your grandmother's office. There's a lot of books in here. This wasn't an office before. She really, really tightened up in here, didn't she? Bloom.
he liked violence. That's why my name is Violet.
Right. Your grandmother never really kept fiction in this library. Never. Any fiction's usually kept in bedrooms, so it would be easy access to the children. Your father made a point of putting some fiction in here to agitate your grandmother. At least that's what he said. But look, he also made a point of not having any of this alphabetized. But there was a human author that he made a point of buying a book from one day. Last name was Bloom. Could you help me find the book?
Or
Make an investigation check for me.
just enjoying their conversation. It's an 18. Still 18. Um, 18 plus, I don't know what Violet's investigation is. I think it's a +6. I think everything is a +6.
Okay, so 24. You do have advantage since your uncle is actively helping you, so.
Oh, hold on. My sister's saying goodbye. Like,
Your sister. Okay.
sister. Hold on.
Okay, then in which case, for the brief moment, while everybody is trying to get dressed up, trying to prepare, trying to plan for apparently a bunch of delegates coming into this manor, this house. She's back. I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so 24. That was with advantage because your uncle is helping you.
It's a 25. Because it was a 19.
25, okay. Yeah, that was the DC. It is tucked in amongst a bunch of mismanaged and disorganized books. Where you find a book, and the author is simply labeled V. Bloom. The title of the book is The Winter Rose.
You left air from the microphone name.
Winter Rose.
He pulls it down. And as he goes to open it, he actually gets an electrical shock as runes light up along the cover. Shit. Okay.
Here, I'll pick it up.
He told you it was his favorite weather. He didn't tell me, so you try.
She picks it up when he drops it.
You pick it up. No runes seem to light up when you touch it.
She opens the first page.
You open it, and without issue, it opens to a hollowed out book. But contained within the pages is a bottle. Inside of it, a floating green liquid with a seemingly golden glowing ink dot swirling around inside of the glass interior.
Hello. You smell. What does it smell like? She picks it out of the book.
It smells like fresh snow melt.
She puts her hand on it. Pick it up.
It's a light little bottle. Maybe about 3 inches tall. It weighs maybe half a pound, which is to say it's a fairly dense liquid inside. And again,
Don't know what it
even
is.
through the cork, you can catch the aroma of sort of fresh snow melt through it. And furthermore, that little part that itches, that amethyst dragon side, it is not of this world.
What were you into? I'm gonna use my one ability a day to cast Identify.
Okay. That's where we're going to take a break.
Okay.
Ah, why?
In during a BRB. I don't know how many minutes ago that was. 1 minute ago. Good. We still have time. Hi.
Hold on. I'm gonna. Now, the computer was not on the charger while I was taking a bath.
I just like the way he's
But-
looking at you. West Coast.
I returned for lunch, says the Vanestra.
Dance.
Welcome back.
Hold on.
List.
So,
Let me see.
here's the person that you're identifying. We're back from BRB, by the way.
Okay.
If somebody wants to catch Finestra up in the background.
Escapades with children.
Escapades with
And
children,
also-
figuring out clothes, prepping for delegates to arrive.
And Violet just found a weird vial in a book hollowed out book her dad left her. And the contents of which we don't know yet, because she just cast Identify, and that's when we hit our BRB. She just knows it's otherworldly.
You know, that's what Violet do.
First off, this is a legendary potion.
Okay.
This is called Phoenix Heart Filter.
Whoa.
Contained in a swirling green mass is a long since liquefied heart of a phoenix, the essence of its life forever suspended in the miasma contained within the glass. Upon consumption of this bottle by a living host, they will explode outwards a cascade of fire within a range of 30 feet. Not taking damage themselves, have resistance to fire for the next 24 hours, and regain an amount of hit points equal to a full roll of their available hit dice without expending a short rest. Have you written that down?
No, can you repeat, please? Just repeat it, Joe. It's you went too fast.
Okay. Phoenix Heart Filter.
Okay.
A long since liquefied phoenix heart sits suspended in this greenish fluid. Upon consumption of this legendary potion, fire will explode outward from the imbiber within a range of 30 feet, dealing 30d6 fire damage. The imbiber will also gain resistance to fire damage for the next 24 hours. Additionally, they also recover...
Hold on, Joe. Joe, you're going way too fast for me to type.
Okay.
Will explode outward within what?
Explode outward in a radius of 30 feet, dealing 30d6 fire damage.
Okay. You said 5d6?
30d6.
Okay.
The imbiber also gains resistance to fire damage for 24 hours.
Immunity to fire?
Resistance to fire damage for 24 hours.
Okay.
They will recover an amount of health equal to a full roll of their total hit dice. Which means, hypothetically, if you were a sorcerer...
Equal to...
a full roll of your total hit dice, which means if you were a 20th level sorcerer, for example, you would roll 20d6.
Okay.
You gain a flight speed of 30 feet as you grow out feathered burning wings.
Okay, okay. You get...
Also, for 24 hours,
Okay. Is that it?
there is a caveat for if it is administered to a dead person.
Okay.
Assuming their soul wants to return to the body, they also recover the same amount of health, equal in relation to their class, should they have one available. And
They shall what?
if administered to a dead person, assuming the soul is willing, they gain the same benefits.
Okay.
Upon consuming this potion,
Oh, Joe.
roll a d100 to see whether it is expended or whether it regenerates itself.
Do you have this written down, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to make me a copy because I can't write fast as you can speak.
Where are you at?
Joe, I am abbreviating everything you're saying into a smaller portion.
Okay.
So I'm asking you if they have this typed or written out somewhere.
I have it written out. You
Okay,
have to
then
type it.
give it to me after session because we're wasting time.
Okay.
It's too exciting.
Either way, the D100 means whether or not it just is expended completely or not.
Okay.
What's within the bottle itself also has a chance of regenerating like a phoenix, so we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Either way, it's phoenix level resurrection in a bottle.
Okay. Okay, Joe. Sorry, you're getting frustrated, but I can't keep up with you talking that fast. I can't. I've got my phone. I'm trying to.
Vanessa said, "Got you, Megan,"
Okay.
and she put it in party move FG.
Thank you.
I don't know why I kept myself muted during the whole time I'm making food.
Which, to clarify for that D100, if you roll a 40 or lower, it is expended.
Okay. At this point, she's like, is this the only thing he left me? Is that she's like, is this it?
Well, again, a couple of things that are poignant there. That is a suspended and liquefied phoenix heart in that bottle. On opening the book, it is hollowed out. Retrieving the potion, it is not hollowed out cover to cover. There are still remaining pages behind the potion.
She holds the book to her chest.
And again, it smells of fresh snow melt. Which is kind of odd for a phoenix potion.
What was my father? Was he like?
A twat.
Be more descript.
I don't want to be cliché and say very mysterious, but he was very close-lipped about a lot of his exploits. He would come home with a number of different strange knickknacks and artifacts. Things that didn't strictly always match up to anything we knew about. They were oddities. He made a habit of collecting them.
Like me. Like me. She pulls out.
Vanessa, so is that what they're calling mistresses nowadays? Bad.
She pulls out a set of cards. She has from Grianne. And like she looks at. I was given this by Grianne. I was given this from a god of luck. She pulls up a coin. I'm gonna think about these. I miss him.
You're going to what?
I'm gonna think about them. I've never had anything to wish for or want anything. Knowing what to do with these or knowing what they were or who they were, I'm not asking to wish them back. They lived their lives. I just want a little guidance.
Did Renpy pull up us?
That's all I want is some guidance.
Guidance through what?
I collect things that don't make sense. I always have. The minute I changed, the minute it became even more apparent. Let's see how outworldless this is. A small child lost in the woods becomes friends with a kobold. A kobold of all oddities. What's the likelihood of that?
More likely you would have been eaten by the kobold.
It became my family, and we loved each other, and we're still family. I may not have him very much longer, because kobolds don't live very long.
He was still
That's the
fairly fucking young for a kobold, so he's got some time. Relative to an elf, though, not really, but yeah.
But I have to be thankful for what I have. And I have been collecting things from all over since I was very small. And then I happened upon a amethyst dragon's dead body. Happened upon it? How odd is that? So one in a slim chance of a million.
Happened upon it in the abyss, no less.
It was searching for something. It got stuck there. Aching, desiring something that it couldn't have. It got lost. I was lost too. She starts walking back out of the room with that book in her hand.
Do you flip the coin or not?
I'm gonna use my one wish. To know what he was. Because what you've just described is what I am.
To know what your father is. You flip the coin. Ting! As it flips up into the air. First, I'm gonna roll to see which god answers you.
I was given it by a luck goddess. So
Yes, you were. There's a reason I'm rolling.
I have a theory.
so do I. I have 3.
Shut up, you. Wasn't talking to you, and yes, a game theory, technically.
An RPG theory.
An RPG theory. You're right.
So, what'd you get, Joe?
4.
I not properly crack eggs today to save my life.
Your vision flashes black. In a moment, you are utterly and totally blind. You see firelight off in the distance. You get a sensation with the sudden coldness in room, in the air, a breeze that you are not in the house. Which is of note for Piper and anybody else who was watching Violet walk out of the room, as in a moment, she disappeared.
If I was chasing a child, probably the ice bogey. Yeah, probably.
There is nothing around you but black void. And that bit of firelight off, which looks like it's maybe 60 feet away. It's hard to gauge distance with an environment shifted to this. Do you approach it?
She begins to walk towards it.
Okay. As you approach, the fire, of course, glows more and more apparent, gets larger, starts to take shape. Begins to take the form of a silhouette. Slowly but surely, the incredible amount of orange flame takes the shape of a dragon. You swear in the crackles, you hear blades clashing.
Gaysir.
Gaysir. Like she's here, but he's here.
You approach, and there is that thought. During the aurora, radiant power is empowered. Radiant magic is stronger. This visage of Gaysir, the burning dragon god of war, does not look toward you, but instead his head gazes down, and suddenly a series of footprints glow a light in a trail of fire. Walking further away from him.
She follows the footsteps.
As you follow, the fire turns to a slope, turns to a dive, and you start to fall down past the trail. You see a flash. Red, burning feathers. Over and over. Burning bones, burning feathers. Burning, burning. Bird-like. Phoenix-like. Angel-like. No. Not that strong, but there's purpose with it. Azamar-like. In a flash of fire, you see your father's face in a split second with burning, fiery wings at his back. And you hear an echo, a mixture of your father's voice and something much greater, something more divine. War has been present through all of history. The most dangerous and unfamiliar things, when found by curious folk, have been used to prevent it and to cause it as well. I bless you as my charge, an agent of my will, to gather what oddities you can find, to gather those things so strange in the world that reek of war.
That was not what I was.
And as you continue falling, you fall toward what looks not like a dragon's hoard, but like an armory, each and every single item wreathed in fire and locked very carefully away before you're standing right where you were, and you see that little coin falling back toward you before it burns up in flame. You think back to your childhood. Some of the earliest things you collected, the earliest knickknacks. A lot of them were knives.
Makes sense.
Some of them are still a number of other random harmless things, but the amount of knives were uncomfortably common.
Am I marked?
So where did you go? Your uncle's just standing there. You
Well, that
flipped
was not
a coin
one.
and you disappeared.
You see his tears running down her face. I have one question.
Shoot.
What did he take from you?
What did he take from me?
What did he take from the demon?
I'm gonna roll to see if he can remember.
Forgot the name of the ice
Possession's a
cream.
bitch. High or low?
$42.
The gimme.
It's really weird because the music is also coalescing. It's not okay. The music I'm listening to is really not helping me.
Deprived him of his pen.
Pen is mightier than a sword.
For a demon, it's a lot worse.
You killed him for the pen.
But what was your pen? Was it mightier than the sword?
Zarethrian's quill.
Your uncle was bound to a different demon than Zarethrian, but
I know, but it's just something she's drawing parallels after hearing the angel talk about Zarethrian for a while. She looks over it. I have a question. He's an Azamar of Geysir, right?
the implication
No,
is
she
that your
got-
father was. That's the implication. The fact that it flashed between full-feathered and boned means he may have fallen on more than one occasion and regained faith.
She's gonna
Wondering
go
if that
to
makes
her.
sense.
She's gonna go to her aunt next.
So these are the aunt uncle who are siblings of the mom, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She's gonna walk to her aunt because she has like
Who
a
is
very
in
big
the
hunch.
middle of stitching. What are you doing? Spoilers!
I'm not looking.
You saw the sketch?
I have a question.
She grabs a curtain or a bolt of unused fabric and throws it over the dress. Yes.
What did my father take from the vampire?
Take from the what?
The vampire. To bring him here.
Take from the vampire to bring him here.
I need to know how big the target is.
High or low. To see if she can pull back that information. Because again, there's a separation between information they can retain when they were essentially possessed beings and here as mortals.
Well, say this, that was not my theory. My theory was he was the amethyst dragon that exploded.
One of them.
It's got some synergy. Not quite. There's still other stuff tied to that, don't you worry.
It's fine. It's just I'm disappointed my theory was incorrect.
It's okay.
You just hear in the background of Piper going, "East, that's a crystal, not ice, an ice cube. Put it down.
Still
Get that
draconic
out of your
adjacent.
mouth."
I mean, dragon god, and you know. But
Can I use Lucky?
on a higher or low? I mean, you don't know.
Just this
whether-
once.
I mean, you don't know whether it's higher or low on my end, so.
No, not on your end. On my end.
It doesn't really matter. It's a pretense for the guess and the call out.
Well, she's got a 42, but I don't want to ruin the
42's a good-
DM's fun. Don't want to ruin your fun.
I have as much fun with failure as I do success.
Okay.
My joy is in presenting the story. Whatever direction it goes is up to you guys. I may, on a very small, very childlike level, get disappointed when I have to relocate some prep that I was planning to use in the moment, but operative word is relocate.
Okay. What did she steal? What did he steal from the vampire?
Stole a coffin. Filled with soil.
The soil of his homeland. Sharon. Huh?
Did he bury your mother in his coffin?
No, if you steal from a vampire the soil of their homeland, they will chase after you. They will kill your people. They will. It's like the thing. They're looking for their soil.
I don't know, but did your dad steal it to bury your mother?
No, Gaysir told him to steal everything surrounded by war.
Well, also, it's essentially, like, at least for a master vampire, the equivalent of a simulacrum. You kill them in the coffin that they lay in with the soil of their homeland, then they die. At least that's one of the means of killing them. Your father really was a twat, no offense.
No, he wasn't. Gaysir was.
Yes,
He's an Azamar.
why don't I bloody remember that?
Because gods don't let you remember what they did.
If the god revealed it to you, and it were a problem, then they would have chosen not to reveal it.
He tore himself apart to get it to him. Pieces of himself left behind. To get each piece for that stupid armory. Do you know what I used to look for as a child? I used to look for knives.
Nicodemus in the background. Sounds like you, Levy.
I knew we liked each other for a reason! There's Angel in the background. It is
I
a
read the-
problem.
Wildly intrusive.
It is a problem, because the reason you got bit was because he stole it. The reason Uncle got chased by the demon was because he stole. The reason that we've lost half of our family and every name, and we have such a bad reputation, is because my father stole. So what did he steal from this town that makes them hate us so much?
I don't think I'm the one to ask.
He seemed tortured every time he would talk to me, and that's the only thing I can tell you about my father. He was given a task that would tear him to pieces.
You said Geisha. Geisha is a neutrally aligned god. Which means his tasks may have been just as many for good reasons as bad ones.
She walks
Living
over
in that
to-
dichotomy, I can understand that being torturous.
I'm letting you know this is the point where she shifts for the first time, involuntarily, crossing the entire space to get to her grandmother.
Is this out of anger?
It's out of fear, anger, absolute trepidation.
Would you like to ride?
Given what you witnessed, I also want you to roll me a vibe check as you involuntarily shift.
Hear Piper in the background talking to her ice maiden child. No, you cannot wear a dress that slutty. I don't care if you have the body of a full-grown woman. You are 2 years old.
I'm too hot for them to resist.
Get over here. You're putting on a parka.
Just put her in a full-length dress.
But I don't want a parka.
If you're not
Wrap
going to
the
put on a
body
nice
here.
dress, you can put on the parka. Your angel saying, if you're not going to put on the nice dress, that doesn't make you look like you're absolutely going to be taken advantage of, then you can wear the parka. And I'll make sure it's sewn to your body. Angel leans into her aunt, to her niece.
Niece being unable to help herself boops Angel on the nose because she's small.
Okay, I'm letting you know she rolled a natural 20,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes it a 27.
Natural 20 for the vibe check. Means you notice this when it happens. As you shift, even unintentionally, a bit of orange fire flickers off of your fur. It's a very small amount, like gathering coals from underneath.
Whoa.
Vanessa had to go.
Back to work.
Yeah.
Sadly, I must go. I must dip. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon, I guess. V and Amira are probably gonna doing some prep for turtle slaying or for dwarving delegate.
So she's going to she's going to move over to where her grandmother is, and she's shifting back down, and it's almost like a childlike absolute trepidation or where she asked the question, what did my father steal from the city to make them hate us? She doesn't even ask. She didn't give her time to speak. She just asked her a question.
High or low?
If I get a third 42, I'm gonna fucking yeet.
Norodite, you cannot pull the dog's tail.
And there's Angel over there like, I need you to sit down, you hear basically, and listen to your mother. I've already dealt with 3 unruly children.
Those are the
Joe.
last 3 kids before the 2-year span.
It is 43.
Darn.
So low?
So frustrating. Yeah.
14.
Yee.
Stole something from them, you say?
It would be important. It would be a weapon. It would be deadly. It would be covered in blood and rage and screams of the damned.
Not a blade. I don't
She
know.
said a weapon.
Holy, how I've forgotten this.
He erased everyone's memories.
There was this incredibly beautiful and large tower shield built
To
from
protect the
old ship
city.
pieces. Apparently, he made it.
He didn't.
Built it from a piece of every building in town.
Pirates War.
The town was named for the ship that came here. Each building has a piece of it that contributed toward its building. It was thought to be a trade ship. Retroactively, I want you, Violet, to go ahead and give me a history check, looking at some of the remaining ship architecture and the pieces of all of them that were bound to the buildings.
The 19 plus 10, 29.
Back in the era that this town was founded, a lot of trade ships were often re-outfitted from long since retired warships. It was a trade ship that came here, but it may not have been built as that.
Nobody in the city can remember why they're mad at us.
With warships, especially if they were well known for conflict, sometimes, at least in terms of trace amounts of magic or things like that, emotion can cling to things. And in a place as emotionally and magically potent as the island of Kirin, that emotion may bleed like an open wound, especially if pieces are taken away. All the same, however, a shield was made from it, not a weapon.
The only way to make peace is to put it back together. Gran, I don't know how to to talk to him.
Talk to who?
I'm not good at talking things that are bigger than me. You know what? I am. There's only one thing that I can talk to that's bigger than me. She's going to use her one divine favor, and she's going to summon a different god. Someone who's far more chill, who will actually tell her what to do.
Which one?
The one who smokes.
Ah,
Smokes and tokes. Sparkly boy.
okay. Of course, that's assuming that he just got off of smoking and is not sober right now. Which is to say, that's another higher low.
Okay.
Because he
Okay,
is
please.
the god in part of the Tempest. That's the furious aspect to him.
With a 42?
That's the gimme.
I don't want him to be toking, I just want him to be here. I need the rage. I need to know what to do with it.
Okay. This is loud and potent enough that it does make notice to everybody in the building. There is suddenly a stench of ether in the air. A buzzing. That is similar to the buzzing from the Aurora, but more potent, shocking. It feels, especially to you, Xanon, comfortable. With already your, an innate harnessing of lightning, it feels like all of the air around you breathes it. And outside, among the aurora, even in mid-daylight, a mixed and aurora-colored lightning bolt crashes outside into the sea. And Amber was without her wireless headphones, so she missed that, and I'm sad.
No, she heard it. She heard
She
it.
did. Okay.
No, I didn't. I had to help get Ren to stop being in
So
a
she summoned the god of smoking.
That's not his
Weed
actual
guy?
title. She summoned Merphis. And he's sober.
That's how we sometimes.
He is the weed god, okay? Just, he's the weed god at this
Right
point.
now,
I'm
he
letting
is
you-
sober. And his
I'm
title
letting-
for when he is sober is God of the
God,
Tempest.
The Tempest. I'm letting you know, Violet has shifted shape so he can see the fire coming off of her, and how pissed off she is at this point.
As the air vibrates with vile electricity, suddenly shocking into the room, cracking the floor, scorching the walls, and cracking the glass all around.
I'll fix it in just a minute. You hear Angel sigh with an absolute
A
sigh.
small manifested avatar, equal to you in height at the moment, Violet.
She's 10 feet tall.
Yeah. Of Merphis.
Tell me you didn't know.
Crystal Dragon of Solitude and the
No.
Tempest.
Please tell me you didn't know.
You are going to cease that accusatory tone.
I'm saying please.
Didn't know the charge that was placed upon your father. So many Azamar are made and given countless things to do. I myself am neutral, as much as I have spread my good influence, keeping people light with my particular choice of recreational activity. I have also called people to destroy in only the way a storm can. Good and bad.
This isn't a storm.
You ask me if I knew. I am a reflection, just as Volk is, just as Vistris is. I am one of the three. Of course I knew. What your father was sent to do was both good and terrible.
He decimated an entire family, an entire village, an entire fucking existence.
I think you
For all of the
jumped
people
to a
around
few
us.
conclusions. He
I have a question.
facilitated growth in your family in a terrible means, yes.
He facilitated growth with vampires. Vampires decimating an entire village, an entire population,
The
an entire
village
situation
holds on, don't they?
by a bare thread.
Did you
This
find
place used to be filled with people. Filled.
And it will fill again. His calling was war. In war, people weaken and strengthen based on the choices they are confronted with. They were given a small war with vampires through which to strengthen, and many did.
A small.
I don't completely agree with the means. I'm not a god of war. It's not my job to agree with it. So I won't defend Gaysir here. I am simply explaining part of what was done. His role is development through conflict. That is his role and his calling.
I'm letting you know that she's always looked at him as kind of a dad figure ever since everything's happened to her. So there's absolute tears running down her face and she's shifted down.
I understand the tumultuous reaction. You are getting a lot of information very quickly, all at once, not given much time to even think about or process it. For that, I'm very sorry. You are the one that cast the wish. I'm not the one that said yes to it. It was Gaysir who said yes to it. This has been a very short moment for a very lot for you.
It's not been a short moment for a very short time. It's been a very long time. It's been very lonely. It's been very empty.
It has been insanely lonely, and in that, I have been alongside you. I am the patron god of solitude and hermits. I was there to offer what comfort I could.
Then wipe Gaysir's body from me. I don't want any of his influence ever near me.
That blessing is not from him. That was given to you by your father, a product of being his child.
I don't
You
want
want
it.
something else. You will have to pledge yourself to something else. I've already given you the first steps. I am the patron god of crystal dragons. There is a reason that there was an amethyst dragon in the abyss, dead and waiting for you. She sacrificed herself at my order to give you a fighting chance. You want to cast off your father's influence? I wouldn't dare. You want to cast off Gaysir's influence? I understand why. We are neutral gods. We can argue about it later. You would have to pledge yourself to someone else. I understand if for the moment you feel pigeonholed by my very thinly hidden offer. So I won't ask you to answer now. Just understand, I have been there to help you and I have granted you favors. I have been there to comfort you when I can.
Then take my hand. Help me reflect the light all over this world.
He takes your hands and holds them. I am the patron god of hermits. Hermits are known for their introspection, their ability to think deeply on things that others wouldn't dare. So, I won't even take an answer from you yet. I'm going to ask that you think about it first. Absorb the information you've gotten. Do it alone if you must. In friends if you need. With friends, in friends. That's Halcyon's problem.
I
Take
need
a
you to do
moment.
me a favor. Do not make me regret picking you.
I'm not letting you pick me yet, so I'm not letting you regret it yet.
Yes, he says.
I'm a neutral god. You may have moments of regretting it. I can't help that. I hope that your moments of being thankful for it may outweigh the ones you regret. It was no small feat preventing Ink's bones from turning to dust in the abyss. You were there for a long time.
I tried not to be.
And I'm not blaming you. That part wasn't my purview.
You pissed off too many people. Don't make me piss off people. Not like that. Not like this.
Take time to think about it. Enjoy the party, enjoy the dress your aunt has been working on for you. Looks quite good.
I know what I'm gonna wish. Angel gave me her coin.
Don't rush into it. Take some time, talk to your friends, think about it.
It's just for the city, for them to stop hating us. The war of a city, if it's made from war, it will not rest till all its pieces are at rest. Ships do not rest.
It's not a curse
Until
of
there.
death. It's a lot of locked-in emotion. You want them to calm. Take advantage of the light show outside.
With the what at your side?
Take advantage of the light show outside. I'm sorry, on that subject I can't be specific, and I trust you to figure it out.
Oh, then let you know the delegates are walking in as this entire place looks like a horrendous mess at this moment.
They're not yet.
Good. Casey, she like Angel looks, pokes him behind from the floor.
And it's very much like poking into a light socket. Because again, he's sober. Yes.
She hands him a blunt. Here. I can't smoke it. I'm pregnant.
And I can't smoke it right now.
Oh,
I'm busy.
date. Yes.
Right now, I am busy working on a maelstrom stirring up the country of Dragon Terror. Some fools down there have done something to deserve it. Some have not. But I
Well.
am a god of the Tempest.
You got things to do. But would you like it for later?
I have my own.
Okay, then I'll hold on this, and then I'm she's like, because this is
On the
this
subject
is
of other water-oriented, powerful beings, maybe take a page out of Piff's book and prank somebody with it. Make them forget what Earth is for a moment.
By the way, is Casey still trapped in the smiting? I thought he was released.
He has been released. The actions that he took and the charges that he made are still active, but they were made before his smiting. And he is still a god of war. He will still do things like that. He will
I
just be a
get
little more
that.
tactful about it, I suppose.
Well, considering I gave him back his love life. Should
The fact
be.
that he got one is quite a shock. And I am being very measured right now. If I were to get even a moment louder, all of the glass in this building would turn to dust.
Go. I'll see you later. I'll
Although,
bring.
I'm not the
I
only
just
tempestuous one here.
Which one we're talking about, Piper
No.
or me?
The one who decided to absorb a fucking lightning bolt into his soul. Where is the dragon, man?
Behind us.
Or are we talking about Nasio?
Yeah.
Xanon.
Oh, Xanon. Sorry. Wrong campaign.
Oh crap. He's pissed off. That's not a good
In
thing.
a flash of electricity, he doesn't even really take a step as much as he's immediately in front of you.
Oh.
There's
Nessie,
an
are you
amount
there?
of pressure that you feel in this presence.
I'm here.
The god of lightning storms and shite is in front of you.
I'm just standing there with my arms folded, watching all this.
And he's right in front of you.
He went poof. Ha, poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need?
And just like, oh god, he's mad.
Not mad.
He-
That's a
What does it
different
look like?
god.
He said, what did it look like?
Oh. Merphis, the crystal dragon of solitude. It is, for the most part, it looks like a dragonborn that is just completely cut of full transparent diamond, and there is electricity arcing through the whole structure in this form.
Technically, also his normal form has a dark-skinned man with blazing electric blue eyes.
He has a few forms he likes to take.
It's one of
He's
his favorites.
mad.
This is one of the ones he takes when he's sober and he gets interrupted.
He's mad.
I'm going to. I'm wearing like a kind of like a vest. Going to take it off, just drop on the floor. So I'm bare chested.
He's an absolute imbecile.
Shut
He's
it.
And going to get down on one knee with a fist on the ground and say, what do you ask of me?
Oh shit, we're getting a raid from Tiefling Live. It's been a while.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, say that again.
He kneels and he said put his fist on the ground.
Yes,
And-
got one hand on my knee and fist on the ground, kneeling. And I say, what do you ask of me?
Interesting. He looks at you almost like he's looking through you, like he's reading you like a book.
Turn to page 394.
That's all I can think.
Turn to page 394.
Is he reading my mind?
He's not. That is one thing he's not being subtle about. You can tell he is basically reading you over.
I think he'd be able to tell there's some frustration and anxiousness.
Why are you so anxious before me, child? A half-dragon, fearful before a god. Where's that storm in your belly? that willfulness to stand. Stand, Xanon.
I stand.
You're just gonna take like 3 steps back.
My head is still looking down a bit.
Look at me.
Oh, into the microphone, Joe.
Look at me.
I look him in the eyes.
Locked to the outer corner.
More coffee.
A banished dragon knight, looking so fearful in front of me. It's an odd thing. I dare say I'm almost uncomfortable with it. Hold your head higher. This anxious attitude disgusts me. And in a flash, he's back in front of Piper now.
Piper holding up one child on one hand, looking at Gacy like, what? Piper! Amber.
She's shocking you to hubby. All right. He flashes in front of Angel.
Okay, Piper.
What?
Flashes back in front of Piper.
Just holds the ice maiden child and the ice bogey. Yes.
When I'm high, I am quite thoroughly entertained by hijinks and mischief.
Yes.
You and your company are quite proficient at it, and yet there's been a distinct lack of it for a number of weeks. You seemed hesitant to engage in it in the abyss. On that, I was a little disappointed.
I had several threats from several different people that if I didn't bring everybody back alive, that I would be eaten for breakfast, essentially. So, yeah.
Oh, that wasn't on you. That was on me.
Okay.
Oh no, it was implied it was on me too.
I enjoy the chaos. Embrace it. Now then, I have been thoroughly interrupted and I have a town to drown. It's ironic since they breathe in water, but when you create a maelstrom big enough, suddenly even a seabed is exposed to air. I've got to get back to it.
You're Mosesing the sea, got it.
Don't bring up his name.
Lunch on Friday? Or what would be Friday? I'm tired. I'm tired.
Lunch on each row, yes.
Okay.
And he is gone. In that moment, he is also left a gigantic lightning bolt hole and singe through the roof of the house.
Angel's like literally just doing the snap and it's like trying to kill the house at this point.
God, what the fuck were we thinking? It's a world based on like a hyper post-apocalyptic Earth, and we gave unique names to the weekdays: Mercerius, Leonis, Balius, Griseldis, Idral, Lucast, and Jorash, rather than fucking Monday, Tuesday. You know what? Whatever. That's Reclam. Reclam's got the normal. It was a fun exercise.
It was a fun exercise, but it was intense.
What?
Those were all the days.
Of the week.
So the days of the week. So she looks over at Piper. Okay. First of all, she looks over at Xanon. Don't be a bitch. First says. Apparently, those are the notes. Don't be a bitch.
Also,
Okay.
Flavor Jake, I appreciate the compliment. I really do.
Cho,
Piper's just holding
away from the chat. Focus.
I am focusing. I'm also
Immersion.
taking a small second to acknowledge that the chat's even there.
Okay.
Piper's just holding the two children. Yeah. I was about to go hide them, considering if he got too loud, they would shatter into pieces because they're made of ice. Also, I'm cold now, and I'm made of lava.
Piper, I need you to do me a big favor. We gotta fix this house.
I think that's the first time you guys dealt with sober fucking Memphis.
Just set the two kids
Well,
down.
he knew it was a sober moment. It's the somber moment. You gotta be sober.
Piper just puts the kids down, points at the ice maiden. Now, last chance. You get into the dress your aunt made you, or I sew you in a parka.
Violet says, I can lock you in your bedroom and you don't have to come out for the entire dinner. Because I'm not putting up with this anymore. So she barks at her and gets, get in the dress.
Okay. Also, as you guys are discussing trying to dress your kids and everything, Xanon, you've just been confronted by a god and essentially called a pussy by a god. Whether founded or not, what's on your mind?
I am trying to hold in a lot of anger,
That's fair.
trying to stay composed.
A ghostly Goliath makes his way over to you. You planning on wearing armor to the event? If so, I may have to offer at least augmentations or a means of cleaning it up.
We need to clean this whole place up. How do we do that?
Oh, shit. Big hole in the ceiling.
I put my hand on my chest.
No, that I can fix.
This is my arm.
I could get you like a formal cloak to throw atop it with some trim or something. Bronze trim, if that would be fitting.
I'm letting you know this is the point where Violet says very softly, did he even love my mother? And this is the realization that she had before she went and asked her grandmother.
So my question stands, incorporeal as I am. Would you like a cloak or something like that?
A bronze cape is fine.
Bronze cape. I can do that. I can figure it out. Is bronze coloring fine? I don't think we have the... Well, I could find a bronze chain, I'm sure. I'll figure something out.
What kind of armor are you looking for? Angel pulling out her entire box of tricks. A dragon warrior should be wearing dragon scale, no matter how shameful you'll think it is.
Valid point.
I'm not looking for any armor.
Just
Are
for
we
the
sure?
sake of further cleaning this up. Again, I don't mean to intrude. We could get you like a circlet or a headdress or something to spice up those horns that spike, all of that.
Can you be blunt, please? Blunt.
You need something shiny on your face, other than your face.
There you go.
In my opinion. If you disagree, that's fine. I'm just making a suggestion because we're going to have a bunch of government body in this house. I'd say it would
She
kill me if I
pulls-
weren't already dead.
She pulls out a pair of bronze dragon armor because she was given scale from the actual bronze dragon that got over to McKest. And pulls it out. Armor or no?
Wait. Allow me. Pulls out her coin. I got one. Don't waste yours. Yours probably will be life or death saving shit. Save yours. I got it.
Yeah, but which god?
Oh, I thought we
I
were
hope-
talking about Tavinius's coin.
We can use Tavinius's coin. Tavinius is here. He's over there. She just like points over there. Tavinius, who's helping with the kids.
Oh, okay. I didn't see him there. Okay.
What's up? What do you need?
Can you take this bronze scaling that I have left over from the dragon that's the tree, and please make this man a set of armor or something like something?
Hold on. Slowly approaching is a somewhat bronze-scaled, sort of elven dragonborn-like figure. That does seem to be giving off a bit of a glow over his body. And he approaches you. Assuming we're making this for you because you're the only other bronze-colored fella in here.
More like a gold-colored fellow, but but he works with the bronze stuff too.
Well, the gold-colored fella is the one next to him. What's his name? I'm sorry, have we met?
Ravik. This is Tavinius. Tavinius Ravik. Tavinius is now a bronze dragon. Bronze dragon means bronze dragon.
That
This is
story's a
Xanon.
couple of years old. Xanon. I'm Tavinius.
He reluctantly shakes his hand.
Actual dragon.
Transformed on account of the fact that you put a dragon's soul inside of my body.
I don't know what you're talking about. I did none of the sort. And you can't blame me. And she walks away. La, 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 la.
I digress. Apparently, they seem insistent on the idea that you're underdressed. Do you agree? Because if so, I can help you there, and if not, I can still offer some other kind of help.
Doesn't it bother you to be wearing corpses of your kin?
Depends. For metallic dragons, if you make good friends, often they'll take scales off of themselves while still living and offer those. Or even
That's
old
right.
sheds. So they may not necessarily be dead. For the ones that are harvested from those slain, I'd say it depends on the beast.
Chromatic.
There's always exceptions to the hard and fast rules, but it depends on the beast. Depends on the being as to whether or not it's an uncomfortable thing. And I don't necessarily fully robe myself in the cloth of corpses. In particular for that bronze scaling that was offered for your cloak.
She was a lovely lady.
And she was very
Still
much
is.
alive when she offered it.
She technically is still alive, but she lives as a tree.
That's a much more in-depth story that would need explaining to avoid confusion.
But if you don't want it, I can keep it.
What will I be doing at this gathering?
Depends.
You can
what
you can
role.
dance with your sexy girlfriend.
Certainly an option. What role would you take? Just a guest? Someone to dance?
Guest.
A guard of a sort? Where do you see yourself in this kind of gathering? Because I guarantee in something like this, you're not just here by happenstance. There'll be interest thrown your way, whether you accept it or deflect it is up to you.
Very well. I accept your
I
offering
just-
to dress.
I offer him the part of the shed that I have, but I keep part of it for myself.
Right.
And I make a dress for his girlfriend, but I'm not telling him about it. I'm going to take her off. Come on, we're going to make you a dress. Come on, it'll be great.
Wait, what are we doing?
We're going to make you a dress. You're going to look awesome.
Oh. Do you need my size or?
It's like she just walks off with her and she's like, last thing to do. All the kids are dressed. Now it's time to dress the adults.
What do you make of this group? I understand you've been in the crew for a short bit while.
Is he talking to me?
Yes.
I think they're very chaotic.
True. Suppose it's up to you whether you want to join in it, be buried under it, or work through it. Chaos is fickle that way.
Says the man who used to talk in monotone. She says as she's walking away.
I existed as a potent opposite to chaos at the time.
Who was who was best friends with the most
I'm
chaotic
having
man
a
that ever existed.
conversation. Thank you. Long story short, I was a Shadar Kai, a bit of a soulless kind of elf, kind of a counterpart to Eladrin, and she decided to, through whatever means, throw the soul of a bronze dragon into my body. So,
It worked.
I gained emotions among a smattering of other complications. If you're not careful, they might throw a soul into you.
Yeah.
I'm joking, I don't know you. You might have a wonderful soul.
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet. You don't know if you have a soul.
Don't know if it's wonderful.
Spoken truly like someone with regrets. You want to talk about it?
Not to a stranger.
Fair enough. Find me in the city of Merkest. Run a nice little magic shop. Have a drink with me, and maybe we can stop being strangers.
Holy shit!
I sent you a message.
Yeah, out of game. How do you spell his name?
Tevenius, Tevenius. That was one of the earliest Season 1 characters. I think that's how I spelled his name. There might have been an apostrophe in there somewhere. Don't worry about the apostrophe. I'll find the notes later. But either way, we'll stick with just the spellings.
Okay.
Boom.
What's the name of your magic shop?
Tevenius is
The
oddities or
Insurmountable
something like.
Incantus.
Yep.
It took me a minute to fucking remember. It's been a while since you guys went there, okay? It's been a while.
Yeah, I miss it so much! Because everybody's like, oh, I have Demi Plan, let's go on the Demi Plan. I'm like, you're going to Merkest? I'm going to go to Merkest. I haven't been to Merkest in a while.
Yeah, they got very sick of the idea of a Shadar Kai with a bunch of equally monotone simulacrum helping him in the shop, and they put a dragon soul in the
We
guy.
couldn't take it. We couldn't take it. He was just literally talking to us monotone.
He literally had no soul, so he was like
Oh.
this, and it was just so annoying.
It was for an hour and 30
Welcome to
minutes.
the
An hour and 30
Intercept.
minutes.
Welcome to the Insurmountable Incantus. Can I get you some?
Oh
It's
my
like
god.
dead
Can I get you some
inside
insurmountable incense? I did that with an
It
Irish
was-
accent at the time, so it was
So-
Irish monotone, which is a hell of a thing to try.
Dead. It was like dead inside customer service rep,
I think I was
and
working.
I think we all got triggered.
I think I was working for a phone service company at the time, so I was
Yep.
able to channel that real easy.
So the question, like, okay, so I don't know where y'all are. What are we doing? Phineas. So, yeah. So he's gonna get an outfit made by Tavinius, right?
Oh, yes. At the very least, a cloak to accent his armor.
I'm letting you know that Angel has gone and made this woman probably the sexiest dress that anyone has ever seen.
Hi, message.
Fair enough.
No!
Okay. So one or the other. Got it.
You can feed them one and then spray it in their eyeballs.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know, that's an option. But they can't, the crossing the stream is not a good idea.
Okay.
So, did the delegates arrive at all after
Hold on,
like 30?
hold on.
Okay.
You guys have taken the time to feed yourselves, to prepare, to just generally... Oh, also thank you, your favorite Jeg, for the follow. I didn't notice that happened like 20 minutes ago. Anyway. Sorry.
We're immersed.
We're immersed. They also come in here to just watch, Joe. Let's just...
I like to say thank you when they do things for me.
Do it on our break!
When we're on our break, we're muted most of the time. So it's
Yes, but we
Hello.
can do it before or after a break. Say thank you for the follows.
okay.
How long will it take to make this outfit?
Like 30 to 40 minutes with all the people there.
You guys have had time to have lunch and basically kind of allow things to curl in the evening as you have all prepped and over-prepped trying to decorate the house, repair the house after a god arrive and then pissed off, and promptly get everybody who could possibly be approached for any fucking reason dressed appropriately over the course of the day. It's finally just shy of your grandmother and Cavalok discussing dinner options and dinner plans when finally you hear the sound of a heavy knocker
And not so loud.
pounding
not
against
so
the
loud.
door.
Poor Violet with her ears. Her poor ears.
Angel goes and Angel doesn't go and answer the door. She looks over it. She lets Lucian answer the door.
As Lucian approaches to answer the
Cavalok
door,
there.
Cavalok, I am the doorman and the butler. As much as I appreciate the help, dear boy, retreat and let me do my job.
Okay.
The doorman said, "Don't steal my job."
Lucian, go and get your girlfriend. You brought her here for a reason. Go dance.
Let me do what I gotta do, or else what am I getting paid for? I don't pay you. Maybe I like it.
Somebody likes the lady of the house.
He's dead. He has to like everybody.
Oh, well then, never mind. That would be gross. Never mind.
Violet. So Violet's in this dress. What does this dress look, by the way? Because we'll do that after we open the door. We'll open the door first.
Well, given what the aunt has suggested for augmentations, I still give player agency, given that information, to describe the attire, at least as far as what you imagine that being, so that you're totally comfortable with it. Either way,
I like your description. I don't have very problems with skin description.
well, given that you know more about dress shit than I do. That's also kind of why I'm offering that. But
I mean, I sent you a picture of essentially what Piper's wearing, so I would
Fair.
need you to describe that because I can't word that. I can't word that.
as the doorway first opens, and then you hear a series of latches being hit, and the entry wall to the manor begins to open up to allow for a larger entrance of people. You see, for the most part, in a series of various levels of heavy winter wear, a gathering of high elves, almost like sort of the approaching high elves of Lothlorien, in a sense, in that scene in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, when they were kind of approaching Helm's Deep, except minus the armor, a whole lot more formal robes, and all filtering into a mansion.
Is this Halcyon's family?
Some of them do look similar to him. Others look a little different. There are various skin tones as we get into different clans. Well, not necessarily clans as much as, given that environment, houses.
The reason I was asking, because does Halcyon's family look like they have the Hadsburg chin? You know what that is, right?
Yeah, a distinctly human mutation, as they, being elves, are bereft of it.
Whoa, intrigue.
Very much in essence, especially when you notice among these sort of slowly filing in elves. The distinct note of Halcyon's family, it might as well be like staring at a bunch of incoming houses of Westeros and, oh, there's the Targaryens, right fucking there. With their fucking platinum blonde jet white hair. Each and every one of them look in smaller or larger ways like spitting images of each other, but has a weirdly contrasting note. Almost none of them look fully like Halcyon. Even for elves and all of their sort of natural, sort of chiseled beauty that they come with, the only one that seems to have a strictly healthy example of that is Halcyon, as the rest of them have slightly warped or exaggerated features, ears that are a little too long and start to eke toward sort of Eladrin-like ears, sharpened features that are so sharp that they might be mistaken for Yuan-Ti.
Mama had a different daddy than who she was supposed to have, didn't she?
Yeah, it is a wild mix that you look upon, and among that poignant example of an elven freak show, there are also a number of other elven families that have made themselves known here. Many of them, yes, from Someril, as you notice sort of a pallid off-blue tone to the skin of one group, where they look more awake than just about everybody else at this time of night. Distinctly, that's easily guessable as moon elves. You notice some with this sort of tanned and much darker tone of skin, most likely from Sunsmith. You notice some that have a much greener tone, forested high elves, in all likelihood. And even still, though they were mentioned to not be scheduled to appear at this party, a series of elves that make a distance from the rest and very much bring up the back, glowing with the essence and weightlessness of starlight, the chaos of the aurora filtering through and cascading over their bodies.
Like it is angels?
In a more chameleonic fashion. As you look, bringing up the rear, an outfit of star elves.
That's the opening outfit. For Angel.
Wish I could properly bring it up on screen, but I need to really adjust the UI to make that work.
Each of them make themselves known, begin to formally filter out, and begin to try and get themselves ready to essentially individually introduce. As they're all filtered in, and these many high elves, some of which look like just at the sight of them they're going to be pains in the ass, and some of them may be a little more approachable. What attire do they witness?
For
From
Angel?
this? Yeah.
The only alteration is silvered. It's almost this. I would say this almost chameleon-like fabric that is because her skin is giving off that aura. That is giving off, and the pink ends coming out in her eyes with the heart shape in the center of in the very center of their eye.
Right.
The draconic eyes as she looks up at all of them, considering she can't hide that right now.
Yeah.
She lets Nicodemus stand behind the chair she's sitting at. She's standing as she's greeting. She lets Kismet stand beside her.
To which
What's this?
Nicodemus, in almost a similar level of sternness, as displayed by Xanon, is wearing full dragon scale plating. Flanked and wreathed by a cloak and chain, sure. But as matching at your side is a strong presence noted to be defensive and distinctly bound to you.
Angel looks over at his people, really nervous, and just looks over at... Looks to Violet to check on her, considering kind of picking up on where thoughts are. Because of the aurora and where the betrayal that she's feeling. Like just the aura that's just oozing off of Violet. And then looks back at the people. I am Tsubasa Mochizuki, the Heartbound, and these are my children and my paramour.
A number of them nod, a number of them look with curiosity. Some of them look with a thinly veiled and restrained disgust that says, at least for that one clan, of which their skin is a little more bronze in color, they may come from a particular behavioral mannerism that's kind of along the lines of children are to be heard, not seen, rather than seen, not heard, and so seeing them seems like almost an affront.
I'm
But
letting
they
you
are-
know, Tatsu and them are solars and demigods, and it's all uncomfy in that room at the
Oh
moment.
yeah, it is enormously uncomfortable for a number of these folks. But as such, as each of them in smaller respects introduce themselves, there are the major heads that try to address them, that try to speak up, make note of their names, and it filters, it gets numbing almost with the amount of people, and you know that you'll have to relearn their names as they actually approach you. But one speaks louder, with more presence than the rest. A familiar face that has already entered this house. Telvas. Of the house, Telvas, of the house of the fallen sun. A dragon slayer who ran a little shop just outside in the market. Now in incredible formal attire that still has essence of the dragon hunter that he was, and in some ways still is, flanked by his great by many layers great-granddaughter, and a number of extended family who look mostly to him as if they were informed by him to be polite, kind, and calm. But each of them, in their form of attire and in their choice, has an essence of some level of being used to be armored, being used to be armed. This looks like a long line of, in some respect, a family of soldiers. His voice rings out louder than the rest, and at his voice being uttered, all but Halcyon's family go silent. Why did you all quiet down at his presence? He's just some old veteran. Some old waste of space waiting to keel over.
Can I cast silence on that group?
You don't disrespect.
That
We are
Piper's mad.
here to get things. As he holds his hand up, and a ring alight with some very familiar enchantment runes, similar to crystals that you have outside of your bedroom, lights up.
Darn it. I wanted to do it. Okay.
The young ones have very little tact, and have a litter of mongrels that breed among themselves. I'm disappointed to be in their presence.
Don't be disappointed. Let's have an enjoyable night.
Yes, let's. My granddaughter was quite pleased with the breakfast you provided a couple of days back. I do hope dinner matches in its splendor.
It should.
And in his relaxed demeanor and behavior, it seems to almost show as an example to many of the rest of the delegates here to understand that it might be okay to loosen up a little.
Like, chill out, dude.
And address this, while yes, in a respectful fashion, maybe with a little bit less of a stick up their asses.
Angel sits at the head of the table after changing her attire, moving behind the children and snapping, and the entire outfit changes to that of one that's appropriate for evening dinner. And she lets the mother sit at the head, the grandmother sit at the head, and then Violet sit on the other side and her sit in the middle.
Yeah.
As the visiting
To
monarch.
which, given this particular engagement is going to involve a decent bit of prep work, and as much as I need it for this mental sharpness, the entrance of Telvas and the rest of the delegates, I think, is where we're going to end it here tonight.
Okay, we'll do it tomorrow.
You mean next week?
Yeah.
So, on the subject, what are we going to name this session? What would we like to name this session, I suppose?
The scale of our friends.
Scale of our friends is an option. And of course, usually on a Sunday, when I do stream on a Sunday, I tend to raid Tiefling Live, who raided me first. So this is a little bit of a conundrum.
And Ruthie's not live, so.
Ruthie's not. Well, it is Sunday. I haven't streamed on Sunday in a hot minute.
Is Maddie Morgs live?
That's a good question. Might want to go ahead and try him. But first, let's go ahead and get a title down, if we like it. And then I'll put it in the chat so that I can find it in the VOD later. But
I still like the scale of our friends.
That's cute.
Scale of our friends? Sure. All right.
Literally, Piper's the only one without scales.
Oh, I have to put the girlfriend's dress in there. Hold on. I gotta put all the dresses in there.
And next session, it's going to be both a bit of a delegation, hopefully the fight with the dragon turtle. That's going to be either on Foundry, or there's actually now a Roll20 function in Discord. So if push comes to shove, we can also use that.
The owl darken children are probably just, you know what? You're staying out of the way. I can't put
Question: What color is that woman's skin, Joe?
Which one?
Xanon's girlfriend. Tell me what she looks like, real quick. Brief description.
Xanon, what's your girlfriend look like?
Again, my brain's a little scrambled.
It was a moon owl. Moon owl.
Moon elf, okay.
Give me a moment. I'll go ahead and write out, Joe. I'm just gonna
Yeah, I'm
post
looking
things in
for
the chat.
For a channel to ideally pick.